All right, let's party. I got I got I got lost in the sauce for a little bit of these songs. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. Let's go, let's go. How you doing, 14 on the YouTube side and on the Twitch side? How you doing, Jay? Congratulations on your first. You got the Zoomer number. I guess it's a Gen A thing. I guess a 6-7 is more of a Gen A thing. But yay, you got it. Oh no, my ungloved left hand. Gads, how you doing, Moss? How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Horror Loving? Noise. How you doing, Matthew? Supremely Noise. Ooh, hell yeah, let's go. How you doing, Gideon? How you doing? How you doing, Dino? Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I imagine Yark, I think, is like reasonably sturdy for his new model, so he'll probably be fine. Also, how you doing, Lana? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, that's one of those things, 14, where it's like, on one hand, I would be like, oh, fucking people on the internet, they're how dare they? But also, it's like, yeah, no, it's like 69 is not that far off. How you doing, Charlie? Holy shit, 2 years. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, to commemorate such a special occasion, rat. I know. Unheard of. How you doing, Skips? How you doing? Look, I'm painting rat. I'm not painting one rat. I'm painting 2 rats. Not even 3 rats, but 5. So, my local scene, we've actually been doing Mordheim now, and I've been doing Pestilence. I've been using some previously painted Skaven. Like, you know, I want to make some spicy looking dudes. So I took these guys. These are from Rescale Minis. And I've added these like kind of like 3D printed bulbous growths on their backs. You know, just because why not? Group of weird boys made a singing bird of prey. It was an orchestral masterpiece. There we go. I'll do a cringe for that. Yay, rats are real. So the funny thing is, I've already painted 3 of these rats, but Skaven in Mordheim have a spell that they can get that just gives you up to 3 extra rats. So my thought process is like, I'm going to paint these rats. These ones are going to be my summonable rats. So I'm going to actually paint them yellow, dry brush them white, and then hit them up with and then hit them up with a green speed paint to try to do like a glow effect. But yeah, I hope you nerds have had a good time. Yesterday, I'm slightly more moved in than I was previously. Like, Nanos is in a new location and she's doing good. I got my photography. I got most of my photography set up again. Like right now, what's it called? As far as photography, like I got like a little table set up and it's everything. I need to actually like set up like the cameras and stuff. Also, Skips, thank you for the follow. And welcome to the workshop. Sorry you had to find out this way. I mean, you've already admitted it. You've already said that, like, hey, Hal, I both reuse puns with other VTubers and then also test other puns on other VTubers. I already know you're a pun harlot. That I'm not entirely sure. So here's my thought process on that. Like, I have a lot of room on my balcony, and I'm assuming like if I wanted to airbrush, I could set up my airbrush and just airbrush directly into the outdoors. Either that or get like a little funnel thing and like funnel the air outside to that balcony from the interior. Also, how you doing, Lunar? How you doing? How you doing? Tally ho, okay, that one, that one got a light chuckle out of me. Tally ho, lads. But yeah, it's so the big thing I want to get, like, it's weird. So like I like my my airbrush, but I'm very much one of those people that mostly uses the airbrush for like bulk painting. If it's like, oh yeah, I'm painting like a bunch of word bearers, it would save me a bunch of time to airbrush them red. And if I lose access to that, it's not the end of the world. And like, I think, I mean, I still have it, the airbrush. I think I can make it work, but it's like, it's not my highest priority compared to my 3D printer, which is always going to be a bigger priority, I think, in my mind. Weekend's been good. I gotta play my second game of Mordheim, and I didn't lose this one. It was really funny. I say go for a short one Nintendo. Here's my thought process. If you're questioning it, like if you don't have your whole ass heart into it, do something small, just to kind of work on the backlog, feel good about it. How you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing? But yeah, I would say unless you're like really feeling fucking like energized, I'd go for a short project. Always like if you're not feeling it, that's pretty like common with every like little creative hobby. You're like, oh, I want to get better at drawing, but I don't feel like drawing today. Even just a little bit. Just small incremental progress will just kind of pay off in the end. So like if you're not feeling super motivated to go big, you can go a little bit. That's fine. I'll say, how you doing, Farn? How you doing? Pretty good. I just started today. So right now, if I'm painting rats yellow because these are going to eventually be like glowy energy rats. So I'm trying to go for like a yellow base tone, dry brush some white, and then do a green speed paint so I can kind of get that. Basically, I'm kind of like DIYing Tesseract Glow with like a little bit more juice to it, I think. A little bit more. I also don't think I have Tesseract Glow anymore. Oh, I'm sure you want to do it all, but the nice thing is if you do a short one and you're still feeling it, then you could go do the medium one, and you could ride that wave, and it'll be good. It'll be good. Yeah, so because like I ran into this problem the first time I did Mordheim, where I'm like, oh yeah, I can't tell my summoned rats from my real rats. So I think this would be a good way around that. Yeah, because it's kind of weird. We're still at that point. So like we actually have like a decently diverse scene. A friend of mine has what's it called? A friend of mine has Bretonians and like typical like core vanilla undead. Another one has pit fighters. I know that there's a guy running dark elves. We have a beastman guy. We actually have like considering that we just sort of collectively are like, yeah, we should do a Mordheims. Yeah, no more talking. It's real Mordheim's time. I don't know why I decided to do that accent. No one where I'm at sounds like that, but sure. But because of that, like people are just coming out of like the well, these are temporarily like magicked into existence rats. So giving them a warpstone glow would work. I like how the one word that like my auto filter is like needs to like get clarified. Like, hey, Hal, do you want to say gooning? I'm like, oh, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm DIYing my own Pikachu. Who's that project? It's Pikachu. Da-da-da. There we go. Oh, this is for are you familiar with the game Mordheim? For people who aren't, I should explain. Mordheim is the Mordheim is what like mini painting nerds do when they hit 35. When they hit 35, every Warhammer painter feels a metamorphosis take place. They create a cocoon the size like the shape of a white monster, and they curl up into it. And then when they escape, they go, I should really play Mordheim. So how you doing, Al? How you doing? Welcome. For the real non-joke answer is that Mordheim was a skirmish game made by Games Workshop, set in the Warhammer fantasy setting, where basically a city got hit by a gigantic meteor filled with like basically like magical crack rock, and now people kind of like the desperate, because it's basically like magical radioactive crack rock. So people go into the city to like harvest that because wizards will play a ton. Skaven need it for various Skaven reasons. Mercenaries just want to sell it. Yeah, it's. I will say, like, I do think historicals do tend to skew older, but I also think there's like a generational thing too. I think when our age bracket gets really old, I mean, there'll still be historical players, but I don't think it's going to be like quite like 1-to-1 like it used to be. Oh yeah, so I don't blame you for not knowing, because here's the other thing, Skips. Mordheim was like a late 90s, basically like a early 2000s per thing. It's a like you know how like there's like different eras where like things kind of like the shape of the era really determines the media around it. Mordheim was very much like a Y2K like influenced war game, for sure. but like it's been dead for a while. However, it's got like a really active player base. Yeah, it's a lot like if you're familiar with like kind of Kill Team, but imagine more like almost like a tabletop campaign. But there is a very, very, very well put together, like people like fans have kind of done recompilations of the rules, and there's like a lot of good stuff online for that. I would recommend going here. This is Broheim. This is where you can find like easily downloaded versions of all the rules. Also, I tried something new with the bases. I used Cork like usual, but I broke it into little chunks. There's a 3. Oh no, there's only 5 bases. I was like, I think I'm miscounting. No, we're good. It's super cool. Like, I'm joking about being older, but I realistically what happens is that like a lot of time, and it's not even like a person's age thing, but I think the longer you're in the hobby, the more willing you are to try other war games. I'm at the point that like I will play. I'm still kind of sort of egging on my local group to play the Middle-earth strategy battle game. Like not in like a real serious way, but like every now and then we'll talk about it, and I'm just like, if we ever want to commit to playing that, I'm good to go. So before the move, I stopped by like I moved closer to a used bookstore that I really enjoy, and one thing that was really cool is that so the Miller strategy battle game basically like financially like windfalled Games Workshop during one of the really perilous times. And it's funny just how much of like older like White Dwarfs from like the era of like the Peter Jackson movies were really filled with it. But it was like really cool. There's still like a lot of like creative projects, and the minis look really gorgeous, and they show you about making like maps and stuff like that. It made Sun 10-year skin. Man. It's funny because like for me it's like so I know it's in like real life land it's Mother's Day, but in VTuber land it's Maid Day, and that's the intersection of both. How you doing, Noodles? How you doing? I'm explaining that tis be Maid Day. I don't know too many. Usually people will lean in on the maid aesthetics or the like the motherly aesthetics. I don't see a lot of like motherly maids. Having a bigger brush for me. Okay, then, hey, it's all good. Lurk as much as you gotta do. Oh, Japanese food. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. I think I only remembered it was Maid Day because of there's a VTuber like there's a couple of like VTubers in my brain that like they basically kind of like overwrite certain like archetypes of stuff, and Takako Takamura is like, yeah, no, that's the Maid VTuber. It's her. She's John Maid, the real John Maid for sure. But yeah. So I remember I was like, oh yeah, sure, I guess it is Maid Day. Let's go. I guess it's also technically, no, I was about to say it's Mario Day, but no, that's March. it's Mayo Day. There we go. It's Cinco de Mayo. Except that's a real holiday. But whatever. How you doing, Sir Sebastian? It's going pretty good. I'm technically painting rocks, but what I'm doing right now is I'm painting rats, but I'm painting the bases for the rats. Because I try to get these areas done early in the stream because they take a while to like fully dry. Because this is a lot of very watered down paint to get into the crevices. I gotta say that the early kind of like, the other option I could have done is, I know a lot of people who do this will use what's it called? They'll use a plastic card for cobblestone. So they take plastic card, they'll like, unfortunately I didn't want to use that because that kind of plastic card stuff was just really what's it called? Like, you have to basically use a knife to cut around the edges to kind of bevel it out. And I'm like, that could work, but that also sounds like a huge pain. It made cafes real for my favorite. Oh, I'd believe it. Yeah, they fucking do anything. Visible. Yeah, I will say, I know it's like a very tired joke, but anytime someone submits a really well-painted base to a Games Workshop competition and they say this is like a Tal stealth suit, it makes me smile. It's like there's like certain dumb jokes that like have gotten old and stale ages ago, but for you in particular, they never get old. Tau stealth suit jokes just never really get old. It was also kind of it's also kind of funny because looking into older white dwarfs, I forgot that there was a bunch of like Tau chaos kit bashes from back in the day. Because like when the like, what was really funny, so this is something that Games Workshop doesn't really do anymore. But there's a Demon Hunters Codex for 3rd edition, which basically it's the Ordo. I guess technically, yeah, Ordo. It's Xenos, Hereticus, and Ordo Malus? I'm totally blanking on the 3rd one for some reason. This is gonna drive me fucking nuts. But yeah, they never actually did a proper Ordo Xenos Codex. I never really understood why. Malleus, thank you. God damn it, my brain was shutting down. But yeah, the Demon Hunters were Malleus, and then they did a then they also did like a Death Watch one, not Death Watch, a Sisters of Battle one for Hereticus and some other stuff. But they actually did a really cool, like it's kind of a codex compared to some of the really cool later shit they did. But what was really fun to like, okay, listen, very likely if you're playing against like we're kind of at that point that like a lot of, you know, there's a lot of chaos armies. But if you're playing chaos back in the day, you're the only army with demons. And it's like, oh, that's kind of unfortunate. Oh yeah, all those books have like amazing art. All their art's fucking phenomenal. But it's like, okay, it's kind of unfortunate if you don't, you know, if you have this army that's based on fighting demons without demons to fight, and they're actually like, oh, you know what you can do? You can actually give your opponent alternate build rules. You can give your opponent alternate build rules to be like, yeah, you can play Tau, but also you can be led by a demon prince, which is just buck wild. And they were showing off some kit bashes that you could do for that, where they made like they took like a Tau battle suit and had like a demon crawling out of it because it like possessed the pilot, which is kind of neat. Older white dwarves, like a lot, like, you know, nostalgia is definitely one hell of a drug, but then you do see like older white dwarves and you're like, man, they were really on something special. Ooh, let's go. I still need to restart that properly. I might just wait till like June and do like a summer reset. I think I've usually done like spring and summer, but I'll definitely leave that for sure. I don't have frilly gloves. I don't got frilly gloves. But yeah. Go check on Nanners. For people who do not know, this is Nanners. She is my wonderful snake. She's actually doing pretty good. She's like, I don't know if she's doing like a little hibernating thing. I don't know. There, like, it's distinctly possible there might be a very light stress response because she is in a new place and she's unfamiliar with things. But as far as I see her poke her head out and she looks at me and stuff like that. So like, you know, she's doing all right. She's doing all right. But yeah, Nanners is doing legit. Love me some Nanners too. Everyone loves some Nanners. Hell yeah, let's go. But yes, Sir Sebastian the First, welcome to the freshman rank of the official Nanners fan club. Wow. I will be restarting that at some point, and I don't know when. Some point in the future. Also, how you doing, Angel? How you doing? Yeah, so those rats are rats that are going to be summonable. Because I am playing I'm playing Clan Pestilence Eshin. I keep hating this because I keep looking up war bands and finding out they're really strong. Like I knew Skaven were strong. But which is why I went Pestilence, because compared to say Clan what's it called? Compared to Clan Eshin, you got way less ranged bullshit. Right, ranged bullshit isn't kind of inherently good in there. That should be both. I'll clean that up, but it'll be fine. As long as you're in the appropriate like max rank, you're all good. Let me get a low layer on there. Oh yeah, you might as well, yeah. I've also heard some very interesting point total things from longtime viewers that will be on the horizon. So that'll be an experience. And the experience is coming someday. There we go. I'll let those dry a little bit while I work on like the actual guys. Yeah, I would like to. So because I do primarily play 3rd edition. Oh yeah, actually, I would like to do. Also, too, I was like, I was looking through my backlog of minis because because I just, now that I'm not, all my minis aren't crammed in the closet. They're in like a shelf that's built into the wall behind me as part of this apartment. I remembered I had these, like the Malifaux 3rd edition Von Stuck box, which I picked up at a Gen Con like a million years ago. And I'm like, oh yeah, I could run these as as like a undead. We just gotta do a vampire, we do a necromancer, and then we got 3 dregs. And then I just gotta get me some ghouls and some direwolves and stuff. I could in fact run me an entire what's it called? I could run me an entire warband of Malifaux minis for Mordheim, which I think would be very funny. Where's my? Let me look for where my my dark purple is, because I need to purple these guys up. I think this dark plum's good. I know I have a darker purple. This is another one of those that like where did all my paints go during the move? I mean, Skip, what are you doing now? You should paint along. It'll be fun. There we go. Dark purple. Yeah, I mean, I would argue even if your mini is like even if you're just build some minis today, that's still pushing towards something. I think that's still cool. I never opened this dark purple before. Apparently not. Okay, I'll take it. Have a good life for painting in the dark. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, maybe like I said, maybe just do some assemblage. Just kind of, just build some minis. I assume you maybe got like, you probably got like a loose kicking around. You probably have a Primaris Lieutenant. It's okay. We all do. We all have everybody deep in your house, whether you know it or not, you have a Primaris Lieutenant just waiting for you in the shadows. There's no use to deny it. It's real. So I need a reasonably large brush, but not too large of one. I guess I could do a size 0. There's not like, no. Let me zoom in for sure though. There we go. So how you doing, Chuny? How you doing? That's totally valid. Yeah, that's totally valid. Let's see, do I have a? I think all my bigger brushes are getting gunched up. Also, how you doing, 104th? How you doing? There's some Stormcast here. Hey, there we go. So you can build some Stormcast. It'll be good. If you build some Stormcast while you watch along, and then at the end of the stream you're gonna be like, wow, I got some minis built. Yippee, let's go. Oh, yeah, it's pretty warm where I'm at. Probably during one of the ad breaks, I might go tweak some of the. It's weird because I have like a really good centralized air system, but because like it monitors the AC for the entire house, I guess I do have like a little fan I could put on, but I know that shit would like blow away all my minis, and I don't want to deal with that shit. Let's see, I need to keep track of like where the cloth. Because like I basically took these like little, so this is a kit bashed model. The base is from Rescale Minis, and what I did is I went in and I gooped the fuck up. Like I glued these things on here. I added some body with some aluminum foil, and then I used a bunch of sprue glue to kind of like build a base shape, which I'm pretty happy with the way it looks. Like I think that went great, but that also means I need to sort of like figure out like, oh yeah, like this area onward is going to be flesh. So it's kind of interesting. So at this point, I don't have like, you can get little warpstone tokens, which you can use for rerolls. That's about the closest you can get to snorting. As far as like tech goes, Mordheim as a game is very much less about, what's it called? You don't really have like, yeah, these are like my really competent guys. It's mostly a bunch of just like shit kickers in the ruins, you know? Hey, let's go. The Brazen Bull, I will say the official Brazen Bull mini is really baller, but I kit bash the head of mine with like a more grotesque one. That's really the continuing trend in all my bullshit, is I take a model and then I make it grotesque because hideous, gross beasts are just kind of very fun for me to paint. That because like my thought process is I was actually so I think this is a tangent I never completed. I was actually looking at the what's it called, at the shadow, the Shadow Warriors kit at the warband for Mordheim, which is like high elf kind of like assassin-y dudes, more like high elf rangery dudes. Because I was like, well, I actually do have some Shadow Warriors that I got ages ago, back when I thought I was going to be able to run them in Cities of Sigmar, and then now all of those elves have been banished to the old world, and like not in a high enough degree that I could reasonably build a high elf warband like old world army. Nor do I really want to. But it turns out that like they're like, oh yeah, these guys are like not as broken as Skaven, but they're really, really good because they're kind of like the premier. Like Skaven is interesting because in terms of being kind of a little bit bullshit, because they just have the best, like Skaven have guardsmen shooting, where you fire a bunch of guns and they're not going to be like the most accurate, but you will win through volley fire. And then they got the more kind of like precise like Tau shooting, and this is a game where like shooting is not super duper common. So yeah, they're both really, really strong. I might just try to retool them into being the Dark Elves instead, because they're a bit less crazy. Oh yeah, so depending on when, a lot of this Stormcast range got kind of like redone for 3rd edition, along with the entire like basically the 2nd edition range of like the kind of wizardy Stormcast got taken out behind the shed. It was one of those things where they kind of had like a big kit overlap, but also Games Workshop is making Games Workshop choices where like, oh, we'll just squat a lot of your army. It's fine. So how you doing, Kobe? How you doing? Yeah, exactly. Especially because like for context, an Eshin list, like it doesn't matter how shitty their shooting is. If everybody's got a sling and slings get double shots when you're within your 8 inches and you're a fast army, you just run up and go like pat 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 pat, and you just get covered in fucking just like slingshots, and eventually you'll like they'll roll a successful wound on you and then you'll just die, but that's why I went Pestilence, because I want to paint rats, but I also want to be like, you know, Pestilence are more about having sensors and you just bash someone up the side of the head with the thing that gives you Skaven strength too, and like, you know, rat can clap back if you make it strong, which is legit. Yeah, I prefer the thinner guys, but some people do like the chunkier Stormcast, and that's fair. That's understandable. Oh yeah, I guess I just like orc shooting too. There were 2. Oh yeah, you might have went a little greedy on that one. I think with Methodius, my thing is that you want to start with 1 because you want to really rush that upgrade that can give it elite. And then you kind of do what a regular warband does and like roll out a 2nd one when you feel comfortable with all the amount of cash monies you have. Going 2 from the start, I don't think it's like a totally like you insta lose, the campaign's over, can't salvage this anymore. But like it does mean like a lot of missions and objectives are going to be kind of difficult. A bit on there. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, OPR do be good. OPR do be good for that reason. I haven't got to play any OPR since the move though, but I would like to. I like OPR fun enough. There. Another little bit on there. I guess I'm trying to get these like big stupid like flat areas that are just gonna take forever to dry out quick, so that way I can kind of like eventually get back to rat. Oh yeah, just like one of those like cookie tins. You open it up and there's just like a fucking Primaris captain in there. Exactly. Like a kid. Yeah, I think like it's kind of weird. I don't know if I would enjoy non-regiments OPR, but I agree. Where like regiments, you still have a lot for that game. A lot of the tactical decision making is done because of the movement restrictions for being rank and flank, which I think is like a really good add-on to like the base OPR rules, where it's like, yeah, everybody's got like pretty sane rules to them, where it's like there's not like a crazy amount of special abilities. I have heard really cool things about like so OPR also does like like Mordheim and like Necromunda equivalents with like OPR Quest. There's like OPR, like there's like Grimdark Future Quest, and I think there's a just like Age of Fantasy Quest. I've heard both those are really good, and I'd be willing to give those a go. Though right now, I think every game that they could possibly like be like a good fill-in for has already been filled in by like Trench Crusade or Mordheim or whatever. So I probably will likely not play any of those anytime soon. Yeah, I think they're always going to be a little. Yeah, they're always going to be like a little simpler and stuff too for that reason. So like that it's not surprising me that they're not one-to-one. Also, like I am enjoying Mordheim a lot. But also, like, when I play Mordheim, I'm like, this is a very 2000, like early 2000s Games Workshop game. So there's, like, always, like, a bunch of little decisions. You're like, why did you do it that way? What? Like, they're like, oh, you made this weapon, and it's expensive, and it does barely anything. Why would you want... Oh, it's because it's Games Workshop, and they just, like, in Mordheim... one of the base weapons you can get's a dagger. Daggers are free. You hire a dude, you get a dagger. Daggers are shit. Now, Clan Pestilence can get a disease dagger as like an upgraded dagger. Instead of costing free, a disease dagger costs 15 gold. And for context, like a new guy is worth basically like 20. The disease dagger has an ability that like when you attack with it, and if you roll a 6 to hit, so 1/6 of the time, you can then roll a bonus die, and if that bonus die rolls over the toughness, and most things in that game have a toughness 3, so if it rolls over the toughness, you can deal an additional wound. However, that additional wound does not work on undead, like basically like construct things and demons. And you're like, why did you think this was a good idea? What was the idea behind that? You know, it's like I get the impetus of like a poison dagger, and you didn't want anything that's like, oh, you get ganked. Well, I guess die of Ricketts, idiot. But it's like so fucking awful. It's so fucking bad. Or maybe okay. I don't think it's like totally useless. I think like late game, you could maybe if you like really stacked additional attacks. Like really crazy late game, that thing might have a use, but at least for a lot of this, it's going to be pretty useless. I will say it's actually, OPR is slightly smaller. Like I found trying to squeeze 40k armies into OPR, I usually have to leave like a unit or two behind. It's not quite that big. So depending on what army you would want to play in OPR, I think it would be less minis intensive than you think, but also still could be too many. I would say there are army like the OPR has a really good army builder. I would say give that a go. There's a free army builder you can go, and like try to build whatever list you want to build in there. Just see how many models it is. It might be not that many. There might be less than you think. Like awesome. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, no, Trench Crusade fucks. We're my local scene, we're on a bit of a lull right now. One, because everybody's like, ooh, Mordheim, like new, air quotes, new game. But I think all of we're waiting more for like kind of like early summer to start doing the Trench Crusade stuff, like doing a new campaign. Like we wrapped up a campaign not that long ago, and I think we're waiting for whatever is going to be the next one to get planned by the local people who plan shit. We got like multiple it's not like there's like the council of planning, but like it's like, do you have time to sit down and plan shit? All right, a game will happen. So like for me, I don't have time to plan shit because of I'm a VTuber, and also I actively play in 3 different friend groups for various games. I have like no free time. I legitimately have Saturdays the only day of the week I probably actually have free time. It's on one hand, it's like it's kind of my fault for all this, but also I have a lot of fun, so I don't particularly mind it. Life could significantly be worse. Also, how you doing? How you doing? I don't think we're necessarily waiting for Carcass Front, but that is probably gonna... I imagine that's going to kind of like add a little juice. Because I think a lot of people also too nearby who are like, oh, I would like to get into Trench Crusade, but I don't like 3D prints or kit bashing. And they just like, there are people that are just like, I would just like actual plastic minis I can buy in a store. And like, I get it. I don't feel the need to. I don't feel like, yeah, like, I mean, I'm definitely picking up Carcass Front because I think some of the minis are neat and it'd be nice to have like all the books and stuff like that, even though I get some of Carcass Front already because of the Kickstarter. I think I get STLs and a couple of other things for Carcass Front already, but I do kind of want to get it also just because I like supporting like the local, the small indie war games club that I play at. Like it's basically that indie store that's like not really a dedicated war game store, but like they're really, really cool and kind of got like a punk organizational attitude for things, which is kind of neat. Where it's like people just kind of do whatever. There's no real pressure to buy anything at all times. Not that the store that I play at a lot has that either. I'm once again, I'm very, very blessed, but it's just like it's got a nice vibe to it. That's true. I'm not rolling. It might just be a later thing too. Like I said, my warband's pretty inexperienced. Like I really don't have any guys who are rolling a lot of sixes. I mean, a lot of extra attacks. I mean. So maybe I gotta roll like a boatload of extra attacks just to roll a boatload of extra sixes. It depends. I hate to be the depends guy, but depends for 3D printers. I personally find that like FDM printers have gotten there's less you have to deal with, but also for like minis, they're not nearly as good. And also, if an FDM printer gets fucked up, like if an FDM printer is out of commission, it's going to be a lot of debugging. Resin requires you to deal with the fact that resin until it's printed is effectively poison. But also the printers typically don't require nearly as much bullshit to get up and running. And also like if you're doing entirely minis. True. Yeah, that's also yeah, definitely resin's got that too. Printers will just stop working for various reasons, like for like oh the screen is dying out, or like I don't know, like something bumped it, or like sometimes like an FDM printer will like shake itself and like slightly put itself out of alignment, and then like you could like yeah, like you could do a print like, oh yeah, I've had that too, yeah, where it's like I had a print that just went bad and it clogged a tube, and it's like, well, I guess I'm just not printing for a while because I gotta get up in there and unclog that shit. I like I said, I enjoy resin printing a lot more, but I also primarily do minis as opposed to like I like doing minis as opposed to terrain. I do want to do more terrain printing, and my FDM printer, which is currently still in the box. Actually, all my printers are in a box, but like, you know, I have not. I need to set at least one of those up at some point. Yeah, definitely like for resin, it's like. Oh, it's definitely done that. I mean, I guess it depends because I also keep like the tribe subscription for like new STLs and stuff. But it's also, as somebody who does a lot of like, okay, here's also a cool thing too. Like skips. Indie wargaming is so much easier with a 3D printer. With a 3D printer, you can do like every OPR game. You can do Trench Crusade. You can do Turnip 28. You could do like Sludge. You can do all kinds of shit. Besides, like, you know, like yes, can you get minis for those like in a bunch of otherwise? Yeah, but like it's like genuinely like a really, really, really nice thing just to like to be able to you get to play so many other new games with a 3D printer that you could still play without the 3D printer, but it makes that process so much easier. It's so much easier. Oh, so yeah, well, yeah, it's still cheaper. Yeah, like I think I have like probably like $20-$30 of subscriptions a month that I keep auto going. Like mostly bestiarium, and then like if I do like a random one-off one. Like I did see OPR is doing sci-fi Skaven, and I'm like, on one hand, on one hand, let's see. I think I don't really like their rat dude aesthetic nearly as much because it's almost like too like. I understand they're trying to go for more like a kind of like kind of like a Redwall sort of kind of happy whimsy rat guys. And I think that's fine, you know. well, yeah, legitimately. Yeah, definitely it's one of those things that's like between actually like using computers quite a bit and also like 3D printers, you do slowly realize that all the stuff you're like, oh, that's a really silly thing that a Mechanicum are doing. And then you realize that for like so many years, like blowing on like a NES cartridge to make it work is functionally just like a ritual. Which was kind of the point anyway, but like you get it. Yeah, my libraries have had some printers, but they've been kind of whatever. I do know that there's I was keyed on to like there's this like local like makerspace art collective thing nearby that seems kind of neat. I have not checked them out yet, but apparently they do like a lot of like movie screenings and other bullshit besides just doing classes. I'm like I'm gonna check that out at some point. Oh yeah, those Ranger figures are fucking legit. Oh, also too, so the one I use, I will say they also do tend to, like, if you don't need one right now, Black Friday is actually a pretty solid time to pick up a 3D printer. For Trench Crusade, you can either wait and go for the Carcass Front box, which is basically like Heretic Naval Raiders versus I forget what's the Sacred Affliction Trench Pilgrims. There's also the Prussian New Antioch box, which is out, and you can just buy that. For printers, I use the what's it called. I'm looking at little clothy bits. For printers, I use an Elegoo Mars 4 Ultra. It's like it's got like a pretty reason. Like I'm not going to be able to print like a Titan on this thing. But like I can print enough in each little spurt that I'm not super bothered by like very rarely am I like, God, I wish this had more room on the build plate. And I think that runs for probably roughly from like $150 to $200 depending on when you get it. Also, how you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? Welcome. I'm explaining resin printers thing and talk about how I got to play Mordheim today, which was baller. I gotta play my matches against pit fighters, and like I kind of forget that like it's kind of weird. So like you have heroes in your army, but heroes don't necessarily mean good. Heroes basically just mean that they have a more singular like gaining skills, and also they help you gain money. And boy howdy, do a lot of my dudes absolutely fucking suck. I will say, if you like bits, getting a 3D printer is super worth it. 3D printers are super worth it for bits. Do I have like a good example? Oh yeah, this is not for bits. How you doing, Hungry Dogs? How you doing? Welcome. My local scene's doing 15mm Horus Heresy. Well, technically we're doing like a Bad Ab War thing using the Heresy rules. Check it out, 15mm Contempt or Dread. Let's fucking go. I might work on those. It's kind of weird because on one hand, because of the size, a lot of the 15mm stuff isn't like the most detailed. So a lot of it would be just me doing like pretty heavy dry brushing. But also I know that if I do it on stream, I'm more likely to like get that project going. And we're apparently doing a big event towards the end of the summer. Yeah, I was very lucky in that like my Chumpo guys got like murked pretty hard, but they body blocked for my important dudes, which is pretty nice. Like I threw 3 giant rats directly in the way of my opponent's Troll Slayer, and then I threw in the way of the Troll Slayer, and then the Troll Slayer killed one. My Plague Priest caught up to the Slayer and then knocked him stunned, and then the secondary rat that was nearby just fucking coup de grace him, and it was beautiful. I was like, oh fuck yeah, my dudes, hell yeah, my beautiful Skaven boys. I'll probably need to go back and like hit up some of the extra purple and whatnot, but that's fine. Also want to do, I think the Dark Plum is going to be a good base for that. It was a very Skaven sounding thing, yeah. And then the other kill I got was my opponent just like kind of like ended up going into the open, and then he got. I will say, I'm not trying to do the sling spam list, but I do have 4 slings in my list, 3 for my Acolytes and 1 for my Sorcerer. I kind of see why people are like, yeah, no, don't, like Esh and Skaven can be really, really fucking OP, because if you have like 12 dudes with slings, Jesus Christ. 4 already felt pretty good. Oh, there we go. This has been also today. No Vallejo or Army Painter paints. This is all Pro Acryl, which I find myself drifting more and more to liking their paints. I don't know why. I feel lately that like I'm enjoying just the way they behave. Yeah, because I learned earlier today that you can activate henchmen in groups, which is good because if you just want to jump a dude. So like I had like there was like one pit fighter that popped out from like the buildings, and then just like 3 rats just missiled directly towards them, and I was like, oh, this is good. This is nice. I love me ballistic rat. I don't think the carcass rules are going to be, from what I understand, the carcass rules I think are going to be free. Like if you are part of the Kickstarter, they're going to be included. Actually, no, I think they're probably still going to be online. Probably. I might want to double check on that. I kind of forget that they still do everything online, which is nice. Mordheim's really funny because a lot of the information is online, basically in spite of Games Workshop. I think G-Dubs is probably like has to be okay with it, because if they weren't okay with it, what would happen is that one day, and I know this might happen someday, there are people that like the idea that like, oh, Mordheim's got like a really cool fan community, and there's all kinds of people who do like cool events, and there's still like people on YouTube who show everyone how to make like cool terrain and explain warbands. But I do think that if Games Workshop was to ever be like, we're bringing Mordheim back officially, it's worse than you remember. I still think a lot of people will just kind of like default to them, because like a lot of people just like, they like the authority of that. So let me see. Oh my god, spam person. There we go. Yeah. So it's like I'm very iffy with Games Workshop. Like I don't think they would. I think for Games Workshop it makes more sense financially just to keep making like, you know, like why try to reclaim Mordheim when you got like the usual 40K hype machine going on? Like it doesn't make any sense. But like I really because does that still go through my combined chat thing? Oh, that's gonna be really fucking annoying. But yeah, like I think they're just gonna keep doing like, oh yeah, we're just going to what's it called? We're just gonna keep releasing stuff for like Armageddon and the new box and whatnot. Which to be fair, that new box like does look kind of nice. It does look pretty legit. Yeah. To be fair, I mean, Trench Crusade by itself in its current state is a fully playable game. I do think if like there was a tragic grease fire and like Factory Fortress just fucking exploded, like if Factory Fortress just fucking exploded one day, I think it would like, you know, I think the game would still live on pretty well. Let's see, wait. What the fuck? I pull up like the little combined chat preview thing, and it's showing when I apparently rated KK Cyber. What the fuck? That was like a million years ago. Okay, I basically have to leave that little widget up, I guess. There we go. That's fine. That's whatever. The mandate of heaven. Yeah, I think what would happen is that a lot of people who are playing, because like there are people who still play like regular like they play like older versions of Necromunda. Like I think Necromunda is like got like a really sick scene and everything, but like it's got like the craziest fucking release structure where it's like oh yeah, there's like a million Necromunda books. And like, I'm sure you don't need every Necromunda book, but sometimes I just look at just like the sheer volume of those books that have released. I'm like, oh god, what the fuck? Where it's like, and I'm not even talking like there's the Necromunda book. There's a one for every single of the major like factions that creates like 8 additional books. There's like a couple of other ones. There's just like so fucking many of those. There's like just so many fucking many of those. But yeah, I think worst case, if the Carcass Front content isn't free, I have to imagine people get a hold of it like when they want to get a hold of it. I don't think it'll be like that too. I don't think it'll be that hard to find. I think for the most part they basically sort of make their money on like the minis and the like just writing that Kickstarter anyway. So I can't imagine that the rules are going to be like locked too bad. But yeah, I think right now the current G-Dubs hype machine is 11th edition, which would be really tricky to see what like I don't know. I still might give I never got to play 10th edition. I do feel like at some point, I do think at some point I need to just like rip the Band-Aid off and just play like a modern 40k just so I can have like a more, at the very least, just so I can have like a more like informed feel of how I feel about, like, I'm not super interested in it, but I do think if I'm like, yeah, I played a couple of games, wasn't feeling it, you know? Yeah, I think at this point too, though, like if you did want some models for it, I think between like recasters and like people who do like 3D prints, selling them on Etsy, I do think getting a warband wouldn't be too hard for like, even if you wanted like classic sculpts. That's how you doing? How you doing, Trucker? How you doing? I'll fully admit that like Werewolf is one of my like I don't know a huge amount about like World of Darkness Werewolf other than that's fighting basically like a gigantic evil worm that like a corporation called Pentex keeps feeding with like Captain Planet style shenanigans. We're like in Captain Planet, they're like, why does this company exist just to dump poisonous chemicals into lakes? And you're like, the answer for that is like, oh, Captain Planet is like a cartoon. It's a show. It needs to be dumb and exaggerated because it's aimed at like kids. But then in World of Darkness, it's like, oh, it's because Pentex is doing this specifically to end the world. Like it is very silly. Like it's another one of those like era specific things. Like World of Darkness, a lot of the early World of Darkness was a very 90s thing. Like there's a lot of very like 90s stuff, including the like, yes, nothing is more magical than a Native American. That is one of the most 90s concepts. It existed before that and whatnot, but like 90s is where you got a lot of people that were like, yes, I'm cool, I'm hip. But you know who's more hip and with it? The humble Native American. It's like, okay. And you would see that in a lot of like games and stuff. I know, and like Werewolf particularly got that pretty heavy because that's like a pretty big bent on there. Also, the kind Oni, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? I'm painting some rats from Mordheim. You can tell by their many and sundry tumors. But and also Galahad, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop as well. Thank you. Did you two come together? Not dead. Is a tidal wave be approaching? But how you nerds doing? But yeah, I would rather Mordheim because once again, there's still like big events that are being run. Like for a game that's supposedly dead, I think Mordheim is in sort of the best case scenario. For me, I think the worst case scenario is for a dead gamer where you run into one where like nobody. I think Star Wars Destiny is probably the worst case where you need like a very specific proprietary die for a lot of things to play. And I don't know if there's like a tabletop sim. I guess there's probably a tabletop sim equivalent, and maybe somewhere out there is like a Discord to play that. I do miss that game sometimes. It's like I miss the game sometimes in like an abstract sense, but I know if I was to go back and play it, I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember this game was a broken piece of shit. No wonder it fell. No wonder it crumbled. Became separately. Hey, let's go. Well, hell yeah. But yes, if you did not know me previously, I'm Halbernot the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and I am playing. I'm okay in a Mordheim campaign. I'm playing Pestilence Skaven, so I'm currently painting up my Sorcerer and then also my Plague Priest. What do? I paint rats, but real this time. What's how you doing, Harriet? How you doing? Welcome. I'd be painting rats. Yeah, like. I will say the individual rules they've talked about for 11th edition sound neat. And it's one of those things that I feel like every time a new edition is described, everything sounds neat behind it. I don't know. I think what I would want to do is like, I'm pretty satisfied with 3rd edition for every chaos thing, except for one, Chaos Knights. I think one day I want to take my full Chaos Knight army in all of its glory to the table so I could do the big mech shoots. And I think the only way I'm going to get like a good chance to do that is via a modern 40k, you know? Everyone gathered around. Hey, let's go. Gribbling it up. Let's go. I'm going to paint them right. It's going to watch. Hey, let's go. Hey, hell yeah. Do you have any, like, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm also going to let you know a very good beginner tip. You can strip paint from miniatures. If you have like metal ones, you can basically use like acetone, but like metal's not super common these days. For plastic minis, you can soak them in isopropyl alcohol or LA's Totally Awesome. And you could also kind of you can also strip paint from resin minis, though I would recommend probably just using LA's Totally Awesome. You can strip paint with isopropyl alcohol, but depending on the resin, it can get really, really rubbery, which is not great. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, I got like decent amount of like painting tips and tricks I can give you. So just let me know what you need, yo. I'm gonna be weird. Despite the fact that my very first minis were metal, I don't hold like the warm nostalgic glow that metal has. I think the sculpts of those eras are neat, but like the actual like I am using the material of metal. I am painting a lead miniature, just as James Workshop intended. I don't like for even for me the weight is. I think it's because when I played War Machine, the metal was always a thing that was getting in my way. It's like, oh, I'm trying to balance an Angelus on a hill. Oh, it's metal and heavy, so it falls over and then fucking breaks or chips. They're like, oh, I want to attach arms to this guy, but because it's metal, I have to pin everything, you know. So like I've got some metal minis, like I got some metal Terminators, and I also have a bunch of like Warcaster minis from Privateer Press. I have metal minis that like I could paint, and like I'm not gonna say I will never paint them, or that like I don't refuse to paint metal, but for me, like I appreciate the what's it called? What's how you doing, that guy? Yeah, B, check it out. It's my Sorcerer. He's a very handsome rat. You can tell by his multiple wiggling tumors. I can see that being for historicals. Oh shit, we got ad break coming up, so I'm gonna go ahead and pop that bad boy. Oh, I'll explain that when I get back. All right, we back. Let's go. So how you doing, Dusty Turtle? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgles game variety. Ooh, what are you working on? I am currently working on some Skaven Clan Pestilence for my Mordheim warband. They're turning out pretty good. I'm like very early on. I really like this plum. This plum color really, really fucks for like hideous tumor growths. Yeah, we're back from that. So Galahad, to answer your question, let me just fully get that before I lose that. I definitely glue before you paint. What also too, you do have, okay. For a lot of minis, you can just fully glue the model together, but there is a concept called sub-assemblies that I think you might be interested in. Basically the idea, like I'm gonna show you an example. Like here's where's like a good guy I could use as a quick thing. Okay. Oh, here. So this is not a model I've painted. This is a used one I picked up. So, Osiris Aerial Dominator. What the fuck is that? I don't think I've... Oh, it's a Gundam. That explains a lot. Oh, that's a... Holy shit, that's a big fucking lad. Hell yeah, let's go. Got the thickest fucking wings in like the best way ever. So this guy was one that I picked up used. Sub-assemblies are the idea that's like, okay, it might be hard to paint like, directly behind where the gun is. So what you would do for gluing this guy is like maybe you would glue together the head, power pack, or just, jetpack in this case, but head, power pack, and then torso together. And that's one piece. And then maybe you would do like one arm. And then you would don't glue on the second arm. You would keep the second arm as a second piece. You would prime both of those, paint both of those. And then when you're done, you could then glue the arm back. So that way it's like, oh, you actually had already painted the region behind where the gun would be. You don't always have to do that. And like, sometimes it's not, sometimes even still, I will be like, oh, I get really excited and I'll just paint a whole mini. And I'm like, oh, I should have done this in sub-assemblies. I'm a fucking idiot. As far as primer, yes. Technically, there are some people out there who are like really crazy good painters who paint on bare plastic without scratching anything. Primer is just super, it's so, I think it's still super worth it. Like it basically makes the paint stick a lot easier. You're going to get less rub off. Sometimes if you get a primer that matches sort of like the base color of your mini, you can save yourself some time. In general, though, I like priming, like if you need like a good neutral primer, go gray. If you're painting stuff that you want to be really bright and pop, like I prime these guys white, so that way it's like that yellow bit very vibrant. I like gray as a good neutral tone, but then for like these guys, which ones did I think these guys I might have primed brown. They're not done yet, but they're really close. I need to finish them so I can actually just get them off my table. One of these I primed like a, what's it called? I primed black, and that just means all the colors will be like pretty dark from that point onward. It does feel wrong, but I do see, like I said, I do see some people do it. There's like this like really crazy, I don't see his work very much anymore, but there's a guy I follow who is he's like a Japanese dude who mostly does Kingdom Death, and he'll just paint bare fucking plastic and it'll be like the best looking artwork you've ever seen. Like he's like, there's like I know that there's a thing where like some Japanese usernames are basically like the numbers correlate to certain kanji or kana or whatever. But it's like you'll find the best artist you've ever seen with a Japanese username of like 341729421. They'll do nothing but retweet pictures of them going out to eat. But every now and then they'll release the greatest piece of art you've ever seen. This is like a universal concept between like minis and sculpting and anime art and just like whatever. Pornography even. Like it's the exact same. It's just kind of like buck wild how that works out. Yeah, especially if you're painting, like it used to be more requirement if you were painting metal, because metal, even if you prime it right, will have like a chance of like metal, like paint just like sliding off. But yeah, no, this guy's really, really good. And he would just paint on bare plastic sometimes. And I just keep going like, on one hand, this is wrong. Everything about this is wrong and it screams wrong. But then I look at the guy's art, I'm like, he's He's I think art is like subjective. Why everybody's got there's a lot of those like Golden Demon styles that I don't like because there's kind of like a weirdly overproduced sort of look. But like this guy's objectively a better mini painter than I am, so I like even though the process is strange and alien to me, like it clearly is working for him. So like Yeah, I wish I could find the person's name, but I need to delve through like 800 like Twitter follows or whatever. Probably closer to like 700, but I'd have to dive through too many. Oh, so that is, if you want to look up what that's called zenithal highlighting. It's basically the idea is you prime black and then you do like an angled primer of like a brighter color, usually like a gray or white. That technique is also used a lot for speed paints because if you use like the right combination of those paints to kind of build like a gradient on certain areas, you can then use a speed paint to paint really, really quickly. That's specific. There's more there's also a dry brush variant of that if you look up something called the slap chop method. It's not one that I use a super lot. I use speed paints mostly for like effects and stuff, but like that is a way to get painting minis really, really good. Go through the process of producing a Hamon. Fucking nerd. Unless I'm sorry, I saw Hamon and I'm immediately thinking JoJo, and I don't know if you're referencing JoJo or not, or if I'm just like being a fool. But yeah. The tumors do add character, indeed. But like, I think I already read that out, but I still agree with it. I see a sentiment that tumors add character, and I'm like, so true, Umphy. I carry on this. Also, this song fucks because Akatsuki Records have started doing like original songs, which is buck wild. I'm like, fuck yeah, this is the greatest. I mean, there's nothing wrong with primarily using like, I'm very much of the point that like they're your models, paint them how you gotta do what you gotta do on this bitch of an earth, and don't let anyone give you shit otherwise. Let's do a light gray dry brush on these. Like your blade allowed to heart. Oh, okay. I know nothing about that. That's hold on. That's very true. Fuck. I did that classic mistake of I went to the store and I bought some paint without realizing that I already have some of that paint. Oh, classic Howl maneuvers. Look at my stone gray go. I mean, it's pro acro gray. I mean, green, like just flat green. So it's not like it's like a useless color. It's not like I'll be like, oh, I'll never need a green. Like greens will be useful forever. I'll just use this light gray for the dry brush. It's not a big deal. Yep. Even in the Hamon. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, legitimately. So, like, as somebody who likes to play a lot of war games at shops, my big thing is that, like, if you roll up to a store with fully painted minis, I'm going to be like, great job. Like, in your mind, they could be like, I hate my minis. They look like shit. And it legitimately, I just want you to know, the primary audience for, like, people who play war games are just excited that you're not showing up with bare plastic. Like, if you're ever feeling self-conscious about minis, I need you to know that like a lot of you're being probably more critical on your minis than most people will, and most people are just jazzed that they're not facing a fucking gray tide. It is legitimately like such a nice thing not to have to fight like a gray army for the 8 millionth time. And like if you're still putting together your minis, that's fine. But there's a lot of people that are just like, yeah, I'm never going to paint. I'm never going to paint. I'm just going to show up each week with my gray army, and very likely new minis will show up because they're like cool or meta or whatever. And then because of that, they don't look as exciting. It's like in the same way that like I'm very jazzed about potentially the new G-Dubs terrain rules, because whenever I go to my local shop and I see people playing on like those fucking like foam L-shaped ruin, like you could use foam terrain. There's terrain at my shop that is just legitimately a L-shaped thing of foam, like straight up like an L. it's not ruins. It is just like foam. It's been spray painted, and I don't want to say what army, but it just has like the logo of a Space Marine Legion on it. And I see people play on that, and then I look in there, and their minis aren't painted either, and I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, yo? In their own speed paint. I haven't heard about that, but I'm not surprised. I feel like everybody's making a speed paint these days, you know? Oh yes. Oh fuck, I should have mentioned this. So a technique that's going to be, if you're really brand new, dry brushing is really good. So what you do for dry brushing is, like, you can use an old brush. They also make these kind of specialty brushes. You can also, probably the best way to do it on a budget is just to get a makeup brush. Just go to the makeup aisle and look for these kind of like flat brushes. They in the same way that like ladies razors are just razors that are pink that are like $2 more. We get that Wargamer tax. So you get a little bit of paint on it, and the idea is you try to remove a lot of it as possible. And then like I use you can get these like little dry brush pads. You don't need these necessarily, but you basically want to try to remove a lot of the paint. You want to barely have any paint on there. And then you can just go back to what's left. And what it does is when you do this, the edges get caught with it. Like the edges catch the paint, the rest of it doesn't. And like it's not a technique that'll work for like everything, but for things that are like fur, or like have like a bunch of little details, stuff like cloaks and stuff. Or like stone. Dry brushing terrain is also really good, because terrain in general is like a pretty kind of, you know, you're just covering a lot of space. It doesn't need to be perfect. Also, how you doing, Caruso? No, yeah, legitimately. Legitimately. I think it's really funny seeing like people online getting into slap fights about like armies and stuff like that. And you can tell sometimes, like when you see just like two internet nerds bicker about Warhammer, and you can tell that neither one of them has painted minis. And you're like, I just have minis, you know? We're like, it's not that crazy. It's just getting some minis. Oh yeah, glittering loot's really good for, I like glittering loot for dry brush in particular, but like, yeah, there we go. So yeah, this is just hitting like the light areas. I'm going for kind of like a cobblestone-ish sort of dealio. Also, hey, is that there we go. Get some minis. Get some minis now. Games Workshop will never give me free models because I talk too much shit about them. But like, I'm doing their work for them. They should be thanking me, but alas. For context, Galahad, effectively, if you're in like the good graces of Games Workshop, they will send you a mini like 6 weeks in advance, with the idea that you can like use that 6 weeks to like, you know, paint the mini up. And if you do like tutorials and stuff, to like put together the tutorial, because they like it that like when Space Marine Giga Dick Blaster 500 gets released, that like if somebody goes to YouTube and sees like how to paint Ultramarine Giga Dick Blaster 5000, people will be like, oh, that looks easy, and then they'll go buy one. Also, how you doing, Pig? How you doing? Hey, you're allowed to nerd about Sword. I can't like contribute much, just because I don't know much about Sword other than like a surface level, like, whoa, Sword, cool. But yeah, do not feel self-conscious about that. Do not feel self-conscious about that. Hell yeah. Enjoy Sword, because Sword is good. But yeah. I'm still very curious. I don't think Games Workshop has like directly been aware of the existence of VTubers. VTubers definitely have been creeping up in like Warhammer adjacent things. I do see VTubers occasionally that will be on like other people's like Warhammer podcasts and stuff like that. But like, I can't imagine that Games Workshop could understand what a VTuber is. At least not right now, anyway. How the fuck do you smith that? Like, is that something that like I'm legitimately curious. Is that something like that like runs in your family? How do you start smith? I'm not doubting you. I'm just curious what circumstances, because if you would have told 9-year-old me that I could make a sword, I would have just fucking lost my mind. Was that possible? I have 2 swords. But I mean, I think it's unfortunately just that kind of thing that like dork hobbies are neat as an abstract, but then it's like when you actually like when you're like, I really like this thing, people are like, oh, this is more than the surface level is expected. I'm gonna go buy. Or is this the wrong piece? I mean, to be fair, your attention's divided. That's not super uncommon. That's not an uncommon sentiment. But yeah, now I'm dry brushing over this guy mostly because this rat is going to be glowing soon. So I want the yellow to be in like the recesses and like the underside, and then I want the rest of it to still kind of like, I want the highlight areas to be white so that way they catch the glow paint a little bit more. These are so. I can see why you would think that, and this is not like a oh you fucking idiot. This is more like so Skaven has a couple of different clans within them, and then one of them is Clan Pestilence, which does tend to work with Nurgle people from time to time. They're big on disease, like Nurgle's sort of big on the disease in the abstract in the context of like the circle of life and stagnation and change. Skaven really like disease as under the idea that like disease kills a lot of things, and that if you want to bring everything to ruin, nothing really quite does that like a plague. So like, there's even times in the lore where like, I'm thinking like some of the Age of Sigmar lore where like Clan Pestilence will work with some of the Maggotkin, and the Maggotkin are like, they're gonna fucking betray us. We need them right now for just like shock, like some just like body blocking troops, but we know they're gonna betray us, and we're gonna take we're gonna plan accordingly. And then if you just go to the fucking Clan Pestilence stuff, they're like, yeah, we're gonna betray, backstab those man things. Yes. And then they're like, how did they realize we betray them? What the fuck? It's great. I love Skaven. They're both really hyper tech and also fucking morons. They're great. I love them. How you doing, Chuck Ray? How you doing? Oh, so you just grew up in like the raddest fucking family of all time. That explains how you were smithing at 9. Oh yeah, no, my adopted family were just suburban white people. I was getting cool smithing stuff, but hell yeah, let's go. That's how you doing, Toto? How you doing? Yeah, exactly. Galahad, I'm gonna be real with you. There is a plague catapult you can get for Skaven. That is not only were you joking, your joke is real. Your joke is real. It's not really launching dead cat. If you want to launch animals via catapult, Malifaux's the best game for that because you can launch pigs. But yeah, no, they do have this like kind of like, basically it's like this kind of like skull claw that just like launches just like a bunch of just like gross bullshit. So we got these boys, and time to learn the prophecy of the sword. And if I'm gonna start gluing this bad boy on there. Oh yeah, I've bookmarked those for ages. Those cheese sealer cults look like legitimately very, very neat. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually speak about speed paint. I got like a dark brown. I think I just need like I currently have all my, there we go. I have all my speed paints in like a little clear glass, like a little clear acrylic drawer I can slide in and out. And that's great, but not so great when I'm trying to like find shit. Oh no, this is fucking clogged again. That's true. Yeah, the turnip one. I do that. God, that cult is really fucking good. Anytime Turnip Max introduces a cult where one of the features is like actively debuffing your opponents, I'm like, this is I think this is a bit much. There we go. So I'm using this like dark wood speed paint with the idea of I need like a shittier brush for this. There we go. Let's see. I'm not sure whether to do. So here's the thing. For times that I forgot, I should have did a sub assembly. It's never it's never like this model is ruined bad. Usually forgetting to do a sub-assembly is more like, oh, this process is going to be like a little bit more annoying than I would like. So like I don't think like if you're like, oh, I forgot to sub-assemble, like it's never going to be like the model's ruined. It's going to be like, oh, why did I not do this? I have to get like between the gun and like hold this mini at a weird angle. Oh, 2 hours. Oh yeah, no, yeah, definitely get some sleep. Definitely like listen, like don't. I appreciate you all staying here, but like never like harm yourselves to watch one of my streams. We got VODs worst case, but like even so, you know, don't do that. So yeah, I'm just trying to go into here with some of the speed paint just to kind of get some of the cracks of this. I don't know how I feel about this. I tried to do, like, I thought this might be kind of more cobblestoney, but I think I just ended up making, like, well, it's, like, I don't think it's going to look, like, totally anachronistic. It definitely probably looks more like broken concrete, if I'm going to be real. Which, hey, there we go. I might start using this for broken concrete stuff. Yippee. Yeah, hold on, let me show you an example real quick. There we go. Like this guy came pre-assembled. I could not strip the paint from him without like, I mean, like I stripped the paint. I can't really like remove the arms. So like getting back there. Also to be fair, sometimes like, you know, like is it as vibrant as like the other areas? No, but like the light's also gonna like not, so I got really bad hiccups. Not gonna necessarily hit that either. So like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, I did want to explain what it was though, because that is something legitimately. So I started painting in 2011. It's not been like a continuous chain of like 2011 to now. It was like I started War Machine in like 2011 when I was in college, and then there was like a pretty big quitting period after I moved and like everybody moved away and like War Machine kind of died in my region. But like, a lot of things that are just like available right now, I didn't know because you don't know. Like you just don't know what you don't know. So like the idea that like if I can key you on early to the idea that like, oh yeah, sub-assemblies is a good idea and that's a concept you can do. Because instinctually, and I still do this, and like this is why I say sometimes I forget to do it. You get a model kit. You want to build all the model kit. Like, that's like the fucking, like, most, like, that's like a fucking super strong impulse. Like, that's just like a very, like, reasonable reaction to this sort of shit. But, like, but it also means it's like, you know, sometimes you build model and you're like, oh, this is going to be a bigger pain in the dick to reach than I realized. Oh, I see. Yeah, because, like, also, too, like, I don't do this nearly as much anymore, but, like, and, like, I was talking about, like, gray tide armies, where basically when people just don't paint their stuff. Like, you know, if somebody's got, like, a couple of minis that they're still working on, I don't mind playing against that. And, like, sometimes it is like, yeah, you want to play with the mini, so you need the mini to be built so that you can play with the mini. And that can just kind of lead you astray. I do. Death Guard was... Also, how you doing, Casual Maker? How you doing? Death Guard was like my first 40k army, and I still have a lot of Death Guard, and I still use a lot of my Death Guard because I play 3rd edition 40k, and you can run them pretty nicely in that. Oh god, yeah. At like an abstract level, I'm like, Chaos, like Helldrakes are cool. I would like one, but like, I don't think I would enjoy building one. I just like, for me, the biggest thing that is the pain. Horse Heresy models are seriously over-engineered. Every model is like going to be like 30 million pieces, and it's going to like, if you don't build it just right, or even if it's like, sometimes you can build it right and like the cape won't fit right because they just didn't think it through that like how specific, or like maybe they just fucked up the instructions or whatever, you know? I have to imagine the big bird is painful. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Unpainted eggs for Easter. Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, the big brain move is for Easter just to bring hard-boiled eggs. Like, surprise. Can I put the paint back? Oh, I need to grab this Shamrock Green anyway. Oh no, I said on the desk. Let's go. Oh, that'd be cool. There's I need to read the short story before it, but in Lords of Silence in particular, one of the newer Death Guard recruits is a recently fallen Marine. And it's kind of interesting because they're both, all the other, because like, yeah, he's just recently become a Death Guard guy. So but he's still got like a lot of the, like, he's like, yeah, I fucking hate the Corpse Emperor. Ugh. Let's go and fight. Let's do stuff. Let's wreck shit. And all the other Death Guard are just like, you'll know in time, you will learn to chill. You still got that like hope and like energy in you, and they appreciate it as like the like, you know, they're like they're not calling him like incompetent or anything, and they're even like I think the like Vrax or whatever, the main dude's name, who's I'm blanking on, it's been a while since I read that book, was like his gusto was still useful. But it's just kind of like, yeah, no, he's early on. He's early on. He hasn't really like fully gotten it yet. I can't remember the dude's name. It might be like Vorks even. I've basically been continually working my way through a bunch of 40. I really want to go back and reread some books, but I keep just moving on ahead with new ones. I'm still reading the Ravenor the very first Ravenor book. I just got to the Carnivola. We're doing the fucking the circus bit, which has been kind of neat. I like the idea of like grimdark 40k circus. That's been pretty legit. But I would like to go back and reread a couple of books. Really, it's like the Night Lords trilogy, the Reverie, which is my favorite 40k book, and Lords of Silence. I think those are the main three I want to reread. It's Mr. Satan things where now I'm in the middle. I don't know. But it's too nice to be combat. Oh yeah, let's go. I will say the tricky thing that's like the blessing and the curse of those is like those are ancient models. Games Workshop has not updated the Grey Knight's range in like 20 goddamn years. I say they still look pretty good, but like they're like definitely keep that in mind for some stuff. I want to read that because I'm torn. I read the first two Call books. I find the more I read about Call, the more I dislike him, the more grating I find him. I know a lot of people are really, really jazzed. Like, I will say, for me, Call is a lot like the Harlequins. That if you read about them in the abstract, they sound really, really neat. But when they show up into a book for extended periods of time, you're just like, please shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. And that's when I, Belisarius Call, use my chronomagic dick winder to unwind their dicks, and then everybody clapped. And I'm just like, oh, please shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. I'm worried about, but the third one apparently, so there is a little bit about like, initially there was a bunch of Primaris Grey Shields, sort of like when Gilman was showing up with a bunch of Primaris to like reinforce a bunch of other stuff, like reinforce all the other various dudes out there, and like a lot of them were like, hey, we're your Space Wolves, like Primaris reinforcement sons. And the Space Wolves were like, no, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And just kind of dealing with the fact that like, oh yeah, no, Space Wolves got successors now. Like in the second book, they set up this like Inquisitor guy who's like, oh, Call, the Inquisition has been tracking your shit, and we know you've been up to some stuff, and you're gonna be in trouble. And basically, the guy just gets clowned on by Call, and then like the story goes back to the story being the story. And I'm like, okay, is that guy gonna do something in the third book? Because why did you introduce this character? It would be like if you were reading an Ultramarines book And that there was a guy named like Oopsie the Word Bear who shows up and is like, "Hey, I'm gonna shoot you now," and then like 8 Ultramarines pop up and beat him with power fists. And like it's fucking nothing. It's like why did you spend so many pages to like introduce him? And even in the pages where he was introduced, other fucking like Forge Lord, like the fucking not Fabricator General, like the smaller scale planetary ones, were just kind of also just like, ha 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 ha, Inquisitor guy, you're funny. But no, we don't give a shit. Fuck off. I'm just like, oh, okay, we get it. Fabius, I keep wanting to say Fabius Bio, because like Fabius Bio also had a similar thing going on with his books. I found that there was a lot more going on with them that I was able to overlook the vigorous jerking off Fabius Bio got. But Call doesn't get any of that balancing act. It's just wall to wall chafe dick with every Fabius Bio book. I mean, Call book. God damn it. Also, how you doing, Strobe? How you doing? Yeah, I also do think that like the fact that Space Wolves have definitely calmed down on like the wolf thing, but I do think the idea of like there's like certain like story decisions that what's it called? There's like certain story decisions that Games Workshop has made that I think have kind of like bit them in the ass in a weird way, like in terms of like mechanics or things they could do. I'm kind of a personal opinion that like maybe there's a book that kind of really like fleshes this out. I think Chaos Raptors being their like weird own kind of like cultish thing means that like that if you're ever like people are like, why aren't there raptors in the Emperor's Children thing? It's like, well, I hate to actually that the raptors kind of follow their own kind of like raptor cult dealio and they don't really worship any one chaos god. But it also means that like only vanilla Marines get fucking raptors. Or like how Thousand Suns have like, because the rubric is really, really cool. But it also means that like you get like a lot less kind of like flexible bullshit as opposed to like every other, like I know the kind of the inherent irony of the like, you know, worship, like be stuck worshiping the god of change, but then you have like some of the most static things that you could possibly do. I know that there's like a kind of like poetic irony in there. But like if you look in I think even like the 3rd edition codex for Chaos Space Marines, I think the big cool guy that was being shown, I don't think he was a Thousand Suns. I think he was just like a guy for that reason. But yeah, I don't know. I want to read the Archmagos, but I kind of don't because like I said, I can handle. I need to be in a very specific mind space to handle that. I will say the Ravner books have still continued to be fun. What's it called? And I don't know what I'm going to read after so here's this thing that I've been very curious about. This might be minor spoilers. I don't know. I know, like I have not read my way through every goddamn Warhammer book. There's so many, but every now and then you get like basically spoiled on a concept. And I know that there's like a thing floating through the Abnetverse books about like a whole King in Yellow thing. And I am very intrigued about that. And I want to figure out what the fuck is up with that. Because apparently there's like a whole bunch of things to tie to some stuff. And there's like a weird Shadow Inquisition. And I want to know what that is really badly. But in order for me to do that, I basically have to read the rest of the first Ravnor book, the other 2 Ravnor books, and then I have to read the 2 Beckwin books, which I don't mind. Beckwin is a cool character. So that's not like a huge deal. But then it's like also, they keep saying, if I remember right, I think the 3rd Beckwin novel has been held off because apparently it's got some like really status quo changing lore in it, is what I keep hearing. Yeah, exactly, Rancho. It's cool, but it's just gonna be in like the margins forever, and it's like it drives me nuts because I'm curious. Also, how you doing, Rancho? How you doing? Also, speaking about like King in Yellow, kind of like Lovecraft stuff. When I was at the LGS looking for stuff today, I saw a bunch of like Call of Cthulhu source books called like the Sutra of the Pale Leaves, which is about running like a Call of Cthulhu game in 1980s Japan, which sounds fucking amazing. For people who might not understand the significance of that, Japan had like a crazy big like spiritual movement era during the 70s, during the 80s. kind of in like a similar way to like the 60s, and that's where you got a bunch of like weird like occultism and cults and stuff. I think that's when Om Shinrikyo showed up, which are basically, for context, Om Shinrikyo was a cult that did like a poison gas attack in their subway system. Luckily, everybody was like weird and anemic and fucked up. For like, from like lack of sleep and lack of nutrition and whatnot. So they couldn't successfully puncture the bags that held all their sarin. They basically had like sarin gas that they made in bags that they released onto the subway. But like that kind of era would be really fascinating to run like a Call of Cthulhu game in or stuff like that. Yeah, so like part of me, I'm really curious about that. I'm really, really curious about that. So like I'm probably gonna maybe power through the rest of the Ravenor books, and maybe I'll take a break before I go directly into Beckwin stuff. Maybe read like Big Daka as like a palate cleanser. I think that'd be good. How you doing, Brayden? How you doing? Just bugs all the way go. Yeah, it's really sad because like I understand that is like a really serious tragedy, but goddamn, Om Shinrikyo is fucking fascinating. Like, we've had some bad cults in the U.S. Like Om Shinrikyo got like real wild with it. Like contacting like Russian like former Soviet states and trying to buy like dirty nukes from them level of crazy. Listen, I know. Speaking about the possum in chat, I threw the fucking goddamn that fucking I do like those. I do really. I think my favorite Adric is always just going to be the Bad Ab War stuff because that was my first, and sometimes it's hard to beat your first, but I really fucking love that War of the Beast series. Oh god. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna read that because like that's also like 10 books. That's like it's like 10 books. Where like the payoff is sadness. Here's the thing. I find that like it's so bad it's good, like movies and stuff is much easier to swallow because the time investment is so much lower. But like if you told me to read 3 bad books, that's already an ask. Like 12 bad books? Also camera froze. Hold on, check out. Like I haven't read like I read books, but like not at the rate I would like. There we go. All right, camera back. It's like paint period. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. You doing like actual full size ones, or are you doing like Titanica stuff? Either way, hell yeah. I don't think I don't think anyone's getting real caring about spoilers for the War of the Beast. I feel like I was gonna show off a mini or something, and I totally blanked on it. I'll come back to it later. I'm sure eventually I'll remember stuff. Oh yeah, speaking about stuff I was gonna show you guys. I mentioned that I found the very special lad in my store's used mini bin. It's him. Somebody traded in a Core Pharaon, but they gave him like a regular ass fucking Stormbolter and like a power axe. Which is weird because also I think a different shoulder pad. This shoulder, like I think like this arm and then like this arm and shoulder pad are extra stuff. And it's like, and I'm pretty sure the base is like the scenic base he comes with. It's the weirdest shit. I don't know why they did that. So yeah, I guess I'll be painting Core Pharaon at some point maybe. I'm really worried about stripping the paint from him. Yeah, the thing is like I don't mind that. How much did that save? So let me see. Well, I can tell you a cash money's estimate. So if you were to buy Core Pharaon and Erebus from G-Dubs, together they are 120. So let's say 60 for him, and they come with a big scenic base. So let's ballpark it to $50. I got this for this many dollars. I get some real fucking crazy bargains at even at like other local shops. I picked up the fucking I I got my first Eldar models like in earnestness. I was able to get the Blades of Cain kill team for like $20. So that might be a project I work on at some point. I'm gonna be honest. I've been, so here's my thought. Like Rancho, I keep hearing that. I keep hearing about Dungeon Crawl Carl, and like I know it's like crazy popular with like nerds in my age demographic, but I feel like everything I see and hear about it makes me want to pluck my eyes out. Like it's, and I don't know why. Like I like it's just something. There's something about it that I just find just like spiritually repulsive. This is like way over, like probably way crazy exaggeration, but like I don't know, but like I know a lot of people who have started getting into it and really like it. I just don't think it's gonna be my thing, but like, you know, I'm not gonna get any of those, you know. Here, how you know this, Lacey? Here's the thing. I enjoyed Borderlands 2, and Borderlands 3's dialogue was so rough that I had to stop playing the game. Like it was so agonizing to hear anybody in Borderlands 3 speak that I like, you know, that concept of like, oh, you could play a game with other people and it will still be fun. I couldn't. I was playing Borderlands 3 with a friend and it was too much for both of us. Yeah, that's finding stores that do used thing. What you might want to do is maybe potentially what's it called? Maybe potentially like get together and do like a bit swap meet with people in your area. Is that could potentially give you sort of like a similar sort of setup. Yep. Glowy energy rat. I don't know. Like I'm not a big fan of Claptrap. Like I said, I enjoyed Borderlands 2 for what it was, but even towards the end, like I dislike Tiny Tina. I think really when it comes down to it, I think Handsome Jack for me was doing a lot of heavy lifting in Borderlands 2, and I think once he was gone and I really just kind of like, oh yeah, the rest of the setting, I was just like, which I mean, once again, if you like, and you know, if you enjoy Dungeon Crawl Carl or Borderlands or whatever, that's fine. It's just not for me. I won't take back my comment of saying it fills me with like spiritual dread, but like, it's fine. It's fine to like that. That's not a big deal. Put them there. I might still dry brush this again, maybe with a bit more white, and then try to do it again. I think overall this glow's not too bad. Thank you for the Hydrate Huggy. Yeah, so for me, Tiny Tina was fine in short, it's like small doses, you know? It's like, what's it called? I didn't see the Your Name movie. I wouldn't be surprised if it's potentially got similar stuff, but yeah, like, yeah, for me, Tiny Tina was like, okay, this is cool. She's in one zone. Oh yeah, oh yeah. When I say I'm a mimic elf, like I am a mimic elf. There we go. Yeah, butt selling was fun. I think for me, a lot of Borderlands 2 was like, this is a fun joke. But if I never glued this guy to his fucking base, that'll be easy enough. But like, there we go. But like, the more Borderlands that kept happening, and I mean, even as far as like the DLCs, like the more Borderlands that kept happening, the more I'm like, the joke is getting old. I'm tired of the joke. The joke is running on fumes. Please. Was how do I paint rats? I do paint rats. Hey, today, legitimately, I'm painting like a decent amount of rattage. That's a big ass fucking chunk of glue. Holy shit. Okay. I'll take it. Unfortunately, this guy's foot broke off because like the feet on these are like really, really fragile for no reason. Just, oh, there we go. That'd be cute, big if true. All right, I'm gonna let him dry for a bit. But yeah, it's I don't know. And like I said, I know people who are really into it, the Necro Carl, and I don't think I'm gonna ever check it out. And I set that guy aside to drive. Right. And I think I'll just leave it in its own lane doing stuff. I got all kinds of stuff I need to like read and check out anyway, so it's not a big dealio. Like I said, I still got so many fucking Ravnor books. Goddamn. What's some other stuff I want to do? I still keep meaning to sit down and like watch some anime. I think now, yeah, I also figured too that no one's gonna look at the foot too hard. I think it'll be fine that way. But yeah. I like now that my move, I'm still not like fully done, but I think my move is enough that like next weekend I can like have like well, actually, never mind. I can't do anything next week. I mentioned this before. I will be out, I think, next Sunday. Next Sunday, I'm going to be visiting some friends. I'm riding the rails again, so that's going to be fun. I don't get to ride a train a lot, and I do enjoy riding train. Train good civilization. But I get to that's going to be fun. But yeah, okay. I guess after that, I do need to prep some stuff for what's it called? I'm still thinking the idea that I think June 14th I want to do my big 6-year anniversary thing. I don't have a crazy amount planned. I figure for that I'll like I said go over. I also do think like the longer I go as a VTuber, the more I need to do like hey everybody, it's me. I'm Hal. This is what I do. This is what I've been around for. This is some stuff. Maybe go over some fun old slides and maybe do some updates to Season to Taste. Like I think that kind of stuff would be good to do. But also I figure at the very least on that I will reveal probably I'm debating how much of the new model I want to show off. Because I'm part of me is like, oh, I want to keep this a surprise, but the other part of me is like, I fucking need to show people are gonna fucking explode. I think I can show like at least one. At least the new outfit has a lot of variants to it, so I think I can show like at least a little bit and be good. How you doing, Muckrin? How you doing? I am against all odds. I am actually painting rats. Surprisingly, rat painting is real. Yeah, break out the haunts. Break out the like some of the old live 2Ds for some funs. Well, how do I paint rats? And I do. It's real. It's real this time. It's not a fucking joke. Probably go back and hit that up a little bit. I'm very glad that like I think the general idea worked. I don't know if maybe the white and the yellow might be too similar to like get that like the initial dry brush kind of difference, but I do think yellow was a good fit. I do think yellow was a good fit for keeping this kind of like warm. At the end of the day, these are just summon energy rats. These aren't like actual full models, which is good. Show a foot, and I guess I could show the model feet. My new model had like interesting feet. Oh fuck! I forgot. Did Nelson and Mama give me shoes? Oh shit! I think this is gonna be the first live 2D Hal that has shoes. Damn. Damn, the toes are getting locked the fuck down. Wild. Absolutely wild. But yeah, that could be fun. I'm also still like maybe holding out hope I can get a hold of the low poly Hal in time. I'm not holding my breath. I think unfortunately that project is dead. Like, which sucks because yeah, I spent $200 on it, but like more than 200. Like I forget exactly how much. Like some $200-300 on it. Which sucks, but it's like, unfortunately, that just kind of happens. Like, there's been some people that've like, yeah, like commissioned. I will say there's people who've commissioned like full VTuber models, who just got like their model delayed by like basically like 3 years. And God, the thing that like really sucks, like inherently when it comes to streaming, there is like some luck aspect, and like sometimes you could be like, oh yeah, no, like get discovered by the right person at the right time. Can you imagine? I feel bad for all the people that like let's say you were getting all your shit together in like 2020, like late 2020, early 2021. Like you're getting the model together. It's going to be like the iron is still very hot for Western VTubing, and just like through a series of just like art delays and just like someone doesn't get back to you in time, like you miss the prime window. And like, if your heart was still into VTubing for the sake of VTubing, that wouldn't be a big deal. But like, I do have to imagine if you're like trying to like make something out of it, like that would be like a really fucking like crippling delay. And there's like, you could practice all you want, you could do all the work you want, you could do all the networking, but it's like, man, that's still a fucking painful blow. It's really fucking sucks. Like, I know some people's models have been were delayed for like a couple of months, and it's like oof, it's fucking brutal. That get a little bit dry. There we go. So I'm gonna let those boys dry for a little bit. You. This guy would also be a good guy to get like on the base. I gave him a very boring base. I'm okay with it, I think. The other, because like he's a pretty flat model. What I might do later is I could either add some shit to his base. Like if I put him like back here. Oh, hold on. I'm having a big brain. I put him back here, and then I print another one of those rats, and then I have it like coming out of the ground. Okay, so this is doable. Yeah, I'm of two minds. Like that, like if I have a bad day at the guild, the idea of just like doing this full time would be kind of fun. Like there is a kind of like, you know, grass is always greener. Like, oh, I would like there is something inherently just kind of like dreamy about the idea. But then yeah, then it becomes like turbo mega hell. Because you got at that point, like it is your job, you know? And like I think some of the like the big like ascended indies can make money. But I know some of the like some of the ones that are like kind of in like the like they're corpo, but they're like not crazy high corpo. Like I know, like I think a lot of the like the this isn't like an insult or anything. Like I think like a lot of the phase connects still have like day jobs. Yeah, the hollows. I think a lot of Niji Sanjis still work. Like unless you were like, I don't know. Like it's kind of weird. So like I understand that like Niji Sanji EN is still trucking, but that's just like a whole sphere I don't know a huge amount about. Like I was looking a little bit into the like Maya or whatever, the one that's like I know that like hangs out with Lore Master sometime and does like Warhammer stuff. She seems neat. I just don't like I'm not just like gotta sit down and talk to her or whatever. Which to be fair, I don't know her very like at all. She doesn't know me at all, so we haven't really had like a reason to ever talk. But like, you know, I like dark brown. I want to get the wood on their sticks. That's it. Oh, there we go. This will work. But yeah, it's and like I even think about that from the hobby side of things too. Like I do think unfortunately when we're like Ninjon does those like really clickbaity videos, I do think the unfortunate aspect is Ninjon does those clickbaity videos because Ninjon likes to eat food. And like that's just kind of how that goes. Which sucks. But also like I guess it just kind of inherently comes with the territories. I don't know. Like, I kind of know that, like, inherently what I do is far too niche to ever really be a career, which I think is also what's kept me trucking for a while, because I like doing this. Like, I was, like, genuinely stressed when I could not stream, because I really, really enjoy streaming, and I was really worried about that. Yeah, she seems, like I said, she seems cool. I just have not gotten to really, like, talk to her at all. But yes, the little bits I've seen, she seems nice. That's cool. But it's like, but I'm also, and like, I know that there was a dude who did, was like, he did terrain. I can't remember his name, but he was like the Luke's Hobby it's like Luke's Workshop or something like that. He was the guy who kind of owned Geek Gaming Scenics, and he did a video and he's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm getting a real job. I forget if he actually ever explained why, or if like the video mentioned that, but he was just like, he sounded like hella stressed out. So like, I think at that point where it's just like, I think just having like a real job is actually like going to be like less crazy. And that makes a lot of sense. I totally get that. Yep. Let me let that guy dry. Oh, wait, where's the Okay, there we go. I was like, where the fuck did this go? Like, oh, here we go. I think I can also like dry brush the dirt a little bit, maybe with some drab brown, maybe. I think like I'm doing that thing where I think if I can actually like glue these guys to their bases, I'll have something to grip onto. Some of the angles on the legs are kind of weird. I basically given them like brown underwear, I guess, more or less, because you know, if they look up there and they just see like, oh, that's just like, you know, just leather or some shit, that'll work. We don't need to go deep into Skaven underoos. Getting there. Yeah, but if you do want to send some money my way, you should check out my wonderful sponsor, Collectible Squids. Yeah, I need to check it on Squids a bit. I know he got like a new physical store recently, you know. Yeah, it's definitely like you know, I'm not gonna lie and say that like a crazy yeah, I think the basics will block the view for that quite a bit, so I'm not super worried. I will say that every month the little Twitch payout certainly does help. I'm not gonna lie, that is very, very, very nice, especially with this move. That has been fucking great. It's like that kind of thing is neat, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever reach the point where it's like this is gonna take over, like, you know, become a full-time thing. I could be wrong though, like, you know, the future has many secrets, and maybe something will show up. Who knows? But yeah. I don't know. For right now, I will continue the path of this is like a fun little hobby I do, and that is a-okay with me. There we go. Yeah. He's definitely like, I think I need to get like here some of that. Basically, I just need to do it so that like if there is like a weird angle being shown, that I'm not like accident. It's like it's just really, for the most part, for like actual minis, it's not that big of a deal. But because I do like little 360 rotator videos, sometimes you'll get like a part that nobody would ever see will be in the camera for like 0.3 microseconds, and it's like, oh fuck, oh shit, everything's ruined. Going to the moon. Hell yeah, I believe. Right now, the big closest to going to a mooner. I'll wait till I get Twitch partner first, and then I'll worry about like everything else that goes around that. Also, looks like we got ad break time going on, so I'm gonna activate that bad boy and stand up and stretch and some shit. And so I can be limber. There we go. Eventually, I should remove Shizor, but not right now. Just scooting in my little rolly chair, and let's party. All right, let's go. I was grabbing some stuff because well, I also learned how my new AC unit thing. Apparently, it was set to heat, which I'm like, oh, that explains why I'm warm. It was still maintaining a temperature. It just wasn't going to actively like turn on the AC. But yeah. I was also getting later, Galahad. I'm going to show you. There's a baking soda trick you can use to make super glue really, really sturdy. So that'll be coming up soon. There's also also for movie night. I think I was going to show you guys what we're going to be watching for movie night. We're watching. We've been watching good movies for too long. We're gonna watch Rollerblade, a movie that technically predates the concept of rollerblades. So like everyone's got like roller skates. I watched a couple of like little bits from the video just to make sure that like it worked, and it's definitely going to be a thing. It's super. I fucking love that. I love that. I use that for so much stuff. It's so good. It's so good. Let's see. It's like the purple's good, but I also want these to kind of be like weird, kind of like yellow-ish on the tips. I think I went a little bit too watery. That's fine. I try to get like the bulbs and like going down into a little bit. That would be, I mean, you know, I was about to say, like, haven't they been they've been trying to make like a Blade movie for like a million years, right? Like, I think the problem is that like like where would you go with a new Blade movie that would be better than the Wesley Snipes? I mean, like Blade Trinity was bad, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't think there's anywhere that a new Blade movie could really go. I guess if you're trying maybe to do like a more serious take, I guess, but it's like I don't think you really can. Maybe that's the keys to success. Maybe they just do need rollerblades. Maybe that's the final ingredient. Oh, okay. So there's different types of glue. There's different types of glue. So if you have the Citadel glue, just to submit to the Citadel. Oh, that's unfortunate. So actually, I've actually not seen Sinners, but I heard it's pretty legit. So if you have the Citadel glue, likely what you have is plastic glue. Now, this is going to sound dumb, but plastic glue is not technically glue. So, like, when you think about glue, it's like, you know, you have a thing, you have a thin layer, you smush them together. Plastic glue effectively, like, chemically welds two pieces of plastic together. So it's less like A and B becomes A glued to B. It becomes A and B both become A. That cannot be accelerated with super glue, with baking soda, I mean. And that only works on plastic glue. Like if you ever get like a resin model, that is not going to work. Don't. I mean, as with most things, well ventilated area is going to get you a lot of mileage in this hobby for sure. Super glue would be more like it would be more like Loctite or whatever. Like these kind of glues. These are the glues that are like pretty solid. They'll glue everything to pretty much everything. But those are very much so like this is glue. Like it just it just sticks two things together without making them like one chemical thing. What you can do is use A and B become. God damn it, you fucking nerd. But like, where was I going with that? But yeah. So like, the super glue, the what's it called? The baking soda trick won't work with that. But I do think as a new person, that is going to be really good to know. There we go. You'll use ones. I should get more of those. I keep accidentally getting a little bit of baking soda that falls back into the stuff and it gets all like crusty and whatnot, and then eventually the glue like stops working pretty early. See, I'm gonna try to get all these little bubble like bulbs, and then also go back with like a lighter buff color on them. It's funny. These are from a set that was like it was like an infested villager set that had like a bunch of like basically kind of like fantasy farmers and whatnot that got like that got their shit wrecked by like these like kind of like weird growths, and I printed them, and I cut the growths off, and I threw away the farmers. It's like thank you for your service, farmers, but like this is all I really need from that. Oh yeah, that's effectively like Yeah, I don't know if that's glue or that's like a UV resin that you can just kind of use as glue, but like, yeah, that's I've seen people do that stuff. That's pretty neat. Oh, this isn't even a bestiarum kit. This is from some other company that I've had forever ago. It does, to be fair, it does sound like a thing bestiarum would do, but yeah, no, this is a different one. I wish I could probably look into my catalog and figure out like which one this was. How you doing, Tundra? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm stippling on yellow for some weird ass bulbs. We're bulbing. This is a real Bulbasaur. But yeah, God, this is gonna be like So like I've been using just like a what's it called? What was the fucking model? The gray seer that kind of came with the Vermintide box, and it's been pretty good for me as like a Mordheim model. But I think rocking up at my local shop with this is going to be so much more fun, you know. Paper water gives you paper mache. Oh yeah, let's go. I've done that. I've done. I've also used that like the cut up a tin can kind of technique and just like shape that. That's always been good. Yeah, it's one of those things. This is another one of those things. It's like that's knowledge. That's like hobby institutional knowledge. But unless you know where to look about that, like I found out through Miscast Trent, he was using it to seal a lot of things for like a terrain project, and I was like, oh shit. It's also nice because like it can also leave some like gritty texture, which like, you know, I don't think if we're trying to do like a cling weld, maybe avoid it. But I really like having my guys be kind of gritty and dirty. As I'm sure you're absolutely shocked to find out as I paint like, you know, the tumor farm on the back of this guy, but real. That's another reason, like when I see a lot of models that come out of like the Games Workshop Golden Demon stuff, they're very technically impressive, but they're very like clean and like kind of like they kind of got that look of like not being like real models. Like I think I've seen people do like really cool like kind of leaning into like certain like artistic techniques to like really make their models look very strange and unique. And that's fine. I don't mind that, but it's like I see those Golden Demon ones. I'm like, I don't know. This doesn't look right. I can tell they're very technically impressive and everything. It's like I can tell a lot of hard work went into them, but like the style just is not mine. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. For Warhammer, very well-known clean and tidy universe. Exactly. That's why Golden Demon just makes sense. Glad what I got. Oh, what'd you get in the local hobby shop? Let's go. I found the core Pharaon in a $3 bin. And I've also picked up the Blades of Cain. I guess you know what? Thinking about it now, I think the Blades of Cain are just my first kill team now. I just never really considered it. Because like I've been meaning to get into kill team for a while. I guess I have a kill team. I would need to like paint it and stuff, but interesting. I do want to do some kit bashing on them as well. Like I found some like really cool alt helmets for them that I want to give them a go with. This guy's got so many little bubbles. I think I did like 2 or 3 on this one. Like 2 or 3 different sets, which is why he's got so fucking many on his back. Yeah, realistically, I think it's less that and more that like there's other competitions. It's like there are people who in like the Grimdark community who are doing like I think they're even jokingly call it like Rusted Demon, where they're kind of leaning more into like you don't have to use Games Workshop models. You can use a lot more different techniques and stuff. You don't have to like really. It's like also to a certain degree like Golden Demon is kind of an advertisement. Like they really do want you to use like the current hot new models. I'm sure there are models that like are like very well painted, but just never really break through a certain level of the competition just because like, yeah, no, like the model they're showing off just isn't really in stock anymore. Or like, they're just like, oh yeah, no, that was like 2 years ago's like fresh hot model. And like now it's not pulling in the numbers. Yeah. But yeah, oh yeah, like I definitely agree though that like, yeah, it's like, I do think all those like show a lot of skill. It's not me just coping. I do genuinely think that everybody who gets the Golden Demon stuff, like I don't think I've ever seen one where I'm like, oh, they don't deserve it. I think I'm always like, oh, that looks really crazy good. It's not like my favorite way of seeing a mini painted, but clearly the whoever did this is like insanely skilled. There we go. This is looking. I keep thinking I'm going to accidentally snap off his toes. I might have already done... No, his toes are intact. I can just feel that like they will get snagged like on my glove, and I just hear like little like what sounds like them cracking off, and they've not quite gotten there yet. Oh, these do dry pretty well on here. Oh yeah, let's go. Go in there and just add like another layer before I add the buff layer to really brighten the tips. I think I'll just leave those tentacles alone for now. I'll probably highlight them after like the washes and stuff like that. I also want to do that like glue technique, the one that I did where basically you seal everything in a layer of like really thinned out super glue, and then you use a speed paint. You use the super glue, then you use a speed paint on the you lock everything in with a layer of super glue. Then you use a speed paint on top of the super glued areas. And then because the super glue will like fully like lock in whatever was there, you can then go in with isopropyl alcohol. You can go in with isopropyl alcohol to then activate the speed paint, which will cause it to like bunch up around certain areas to show like different like actually it's kind of fun. We have like different like weird little like crevices and like this kind of like pulls into the crevices and stuff like that. I know you can. It also can do veins too. I haven't gotten the vein part to work yet, but the basic idea I've used before and it was pretty neat. I think this would be a good test case to like really push that further. So far his toes are fine. So far no real damage to them toes. How you doing, Skippy? How you doing? Move is pretty good. I want to say I'm like a comfortable like 90% moved in. I don't know. Maybe with paint thinner, depends. That I'm not sure on. Like, I don't have all the walking space in my apartment, but I have enough. And like, I've rebuilt like my guild work from home station. Mostly got my mini photography station set up again. I got all my shelving built that I need. It's so like. If I was to be like take a week off and like not do anything, I also no longer have a rolly chair in my bathroom. I had a rolly chair in my bathroom because that's just what I needed to do. Oh, you're Bobby. Hell yeah, let's go. I'll probably still call you Skippy because I have a hard time differentiating between usernames on different platforms. But I got you. Yeah, everything's going pretty good. It's comfortable enough now. So far, for things have been pretty good. Like I said, the worst things I really have to deal with the new place is like when my neighbor upstairs creaks really early in the morning. Also, I think somebody is smoking is vaping indoors or smoking pot because like sometimes my bathroom smells kind of like it, where it's like I think it's leaking in through the full unit ventilation system, which is like annoying, but it's not like oh I hate it. It's more like oh god, I guess I gotta fucking put some spray some Febreze. This is what I have to do. I needed to fit everything in there. I figure if it gets real bad, I'll probably go to the landlords and be like, yo, this keeps happening. So like, yeah, it's like that's not ideal. I think overall though, everything here has been like relatively legit. Relatively legit, or about as legit as it could be. We'll get those little bits. Oh, he's got so many of these. Oh, God damn, I keep forgetting that did not get the other side of this one. But yeah, so for context, Galahad, I moved from I used to, when things were good, I was able to rent a 3-bedroom, 1,000 square foot house for like less than the typical apartments in my region was. And starting out, that was pretty fine, but then as the years moved on, the rent kept going up, and rent's going up everywhere, so that didn't surprise me too much. But early this year, my landlord was like, oh, I was going to sell your house, but you can stay an extra year if you want, but also I'm going to increase the rent by 300. So I was like, haha, no. And I got the fuck out. So I'm in like a new place for that reason. So far, it's not been too bad. Like I said, overall, things have not been too bad. I've definitely been in far worse apartments right now. Like the fact that I have my own built-in dishwasher and washer and dryer already makes it kind of a nicer step up from the last place. Yeah, it's definitely an adjustment. I think I mentioned before that like at least for a while there's always going to be a bit of lingering resentment because like I did not choose this move. Like if like I would have been happy if the previous arrangement continued and like my rent would go up by like, I don't know. It would have sucked if my rent went up by like 100, but it's kind of like, well, that's just how it is, and you know, things get more expensive, and then like my guild paycheck usually kind of compensates for that. I would have been okay with that, but then the landlord just went fucking crazy with landlord power, and then I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good, buddy. Yeah, that's something that I'm curious about too. Is like on one hand, they've already basically said like, yeah, we're going to demolish a lot of like parts of the house to make it like more appealing for a market. Um, I have not heard anything about my security deposit. I know that you typically get those back after like a month. I would love to get my like at least like even half of my security deposit would be nice because I could put it towards the new rigging. I am not optimistic. I'm going to assume that the kind of landlord that would pull the shit that my landlord did is also the kind of landlord who will make security deposit like to go away magically. Like, oh no, you caused too much damage. We're going to have to keep all this. And it's not like I was like banging holes in the walls, but I've been living in that last place since 2018. So there's like, you know, kind of just like very basic wear and tear. I think probably the worst thing I did is like some of the command strips I used to hang up posters were a little stronger than I would have liked. Some of those were a little stronger than I would have liked. Fuck them. That's the end of the day where it's like, if things were better, I would genuinely feel bad, but I don't because they weren't. So it's like, yeah, fuck them. But yeah, so far this isn't too bad. I also like, I don't have a roommate right now. I don't think I could go back to having a roommate. I don't know. Because I didn't initially graduate college the first time, a lot of things in my life have been like kind of delayed by a couple of months, not a couple months, like a couple of years. And like, I didn't get like I think the first time I lived in a place without a roommate or anyone else was like when I was like 27 or some shit. And I was like, I don't think I can go back to a roommate. There might be a time with like, if the economy gets so bad that a roommate just becomes like an economic necessity, but I'm hope not, you know? Yeah, man. Yeah, I might even just want to reach out right now. That like, hey, I moved out. Things are going good here. When can I hear about my security deposit? Like that might be the thing I need to do is just like prod him early on that. Cause otherwise I'm probably not going to get much. Also, see, check this out. This is what I was talking about doing when I wanted to do the little bit of buff on all these. Like not necessarily get the entire thing, but just like mostly the tops. Oh, it's really fucking gross. Hell yeah, let's go. I strive for minis that look just like really fucking gross. Yippee, let's go. But yeah, no, I don't think I could do a roommate again. I think the only way I could do a roommate is like, I'm torn because on one hand, the idea that like, if it was somebody I knew, like if it was like a friend of mine, but I've seen friends that are like legitimately like best friends for years start living together and shit gets just like, you can be someone's friend and just not be a good fit for living with them. I think, and like, that's not that particularly surprising, you know? Oh no, legitimately so that's the one fun thing about painting a lot of like gross, like stuff that are like Nurgle or whatever, like really bloody, gory demons and whatnot. The amount of people that are like, how your thing looks great, but it makes me want to throw up. I'm like, yippee! I did it! I did art! Woohoo! Like that genuinely fills me with like joy and whimsy. It's so good. Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty solid. Then let's do this motherfucker. He's got so many of them. This brush has gotten old. Also, too, another thing too, Galahad, is you are like definitely invest into some brush soap if you don't have it already to clean your brushes afterwards. Inevitably brushes will like fade away. They will get like really like this. Like this will no longer have a tip. Oh yeah, if you listen to my backlog, yeah, that's exactly, my Instagram is where I post everything that gets done. A lot of times, like brushes will stop having tips and stuff like that. They're still useful. Like this one's like basically, I'm not quite doing a full dry brush, but I'm kind of doing something similar. in a way that like is beneficial to a brush that is this significantly gunked up. And technically, if you want to be real adventurous, if you like wash them with isopropyl alcohol and then like immediately hit them with a conditioner to kind of like revitalize them, that can also work. But that's probably maybe a little bit more advanced. I would recommend getting like there's like a like the not testers, right? There's like the Master's brush soap that's like a good beginner. Like you can find that in like any art store that's like, you know, even slightly serious, and it'll be a good thing to clean your brushes with. Yeah, Marie Kondo threatened me alive. It's because it's funny. It's because like on one hand, yeah, Marie Kondo stopped using her own approach, but I do every now and like. So I'm somebody who has bad memories, and I like to hoard a lot of things for memory reasons, but also just because like it's nice to have things. But every now and then I do feel the urge to like I've been donating a lot of things to Goodwill, like old containers and just like old speakers and stuff. Just like stuff that I haven't used in a while, and it's like space is way more of a premium now where I'm at. Not to a super bad degree, but like, you know, I don't just have like an additional like closet I can just throw bullshit in. It's more fun that way. I think it's also because like Marie Kondo's an interesting thing for where it's like sometimes in pop culture she gets like kind of like shown as like you will sell or give away all your shit or else cocksgun, which I think is fun personally, but yeah. She for context for people who do not know, Marie Kondo, she definitely had her like Western heyday a couple of years ago where she had like a Netflix show and like her book did pretty well. I actually own her book. I own her book and the manga adaptation of her book. And the manga adaptation is kind of fun because it's about this lady trying to like clean up her house to like, you know, like sort of build up. She got like dumped by her boyfriend and she's trying to like declutter her house, but also like, ooh, there's a little coffee shop lad next door. And ooh, he's making fun of her for having too much junk. But also now that she's getting decluttered, maybe romance. Spoilers. There's romance. There do be romance. Yeah, it does feel good sometimes to reduce your clutter. I do think it does feel good sometimes to reduce your clutter, but yeah. She doesn't, I do think she was like, yeah, I have kids now and that doesn't really work anymore. If you try to reduce clutter on something your kid likes, they're going to be like really fucking sad, which I think is also part of it. Well, it's also like, well, so the Western portrayal of Marie Kondo, it's really funny. So like if you watch her show, Marie Kondo, and like this actually isn't unique to the show either, because her manga literally does this. Where like Marie Kondo is a magical fairy woman. You have problems, she floats into your life. She helps you like kiss your objects, like legitimately hold and kiss your object to be like, oh, you did a good job, buddy. It's time to part ways, and let it go. And because of that, like your life is decluttered, and with all that, all your mental baggage is gone, and your mental health is great and stuff like that. You know. Her book is really funny because in her book, she is like, I am a clinging autist monster. I love fucking clinging. I love decluttering. My family members got upset when there's a part in her book where she's like, I was looking through our closets and my brother had this jacket and he didn't wear this jacket for like 2 years. So I was like, oh, he doesn't like this jacket anymore. And she threw it away and her brother came back and is like, where the fuck is my jacket? And she's like, I got rid of it. You did not like it anymore. And he's like, can't just fucking throw away my jacket? And she's like, that day I learned you just can't throw away his fucking jacket. I mean, she doesn't swear or anything, you know. Like I said, she's like still very polite and like a grown woman. That's like, you know, she's like that's kind of this like tidying thing was her business. I don't know if it still is now. I don't know what she does these days other than like having kids maybe. I don't know if she's fully retired or if that's like I don't know how her priorities are now, but like, but yeah, it's the portrayal is kind of funny with all the different adaptations. But yeah, like every now and then I do get like a weird like Marie Kondo assumes direct control of my body, and I'm like, yes, I should declutter. Ooh, there we go. This is turning out nice. Fuck yeah, let's go. So I think what I need to do now is I gotta get I think I need a little bit more purple around the legs because I need to glue him into place so I can like have have a spot for the rat to be summoned. Oh, for sure, yeah. And like I think that's why I kind of like say that like clinging autism kind of deal where it's like it was just kind of like at the time like she just like did not understand social mores and just kind of went for it. She did learn. It's not like she like never got better at that, but that was just kind of like if you get the book, I don't know if I would be like strong recommend buy the Marie Kondo book. It's a neat short little book, and like there's little clinging tips you could pick up from that, and it does kind of like show her method, which a lot of it is pretty much like have a place to hold like papers and stuff. It's like there's certain ways to like fold stuff that you have more room in your closet, but also usually it's like, hey, do you still use this thing? Like is it just taking up space for the sake of taking up space? Is there a reason you're holding on to it? Stuff like that, exactly. That's how you doing, Lord of Bones. How you doing? We're talking about my good friend Marie Kondo. There we go. I'm also trying to get like the legs on this guy ready to go so I can glue him to a base. So kind of same dealio here. Because I think just having like a nice grippable base on both these guys would be good. Let's see. Also, like, if I put this guy on the base, I'm less likely to hideously scrape everything. Hey, let's go. Oh shit, it's one thing I need. I need to do a little dry brush. I need to add some doing my turquoise bullshit real quick. Like a couple areas. Fuck yeah, let's go. I have been working against all odds. I have been painting rats, which has been cool. Also need to figure, so like I figure, okay, so there's like a grate in here. So maybe what I might do like metal, and then like bronze, like gunmetal for everything else, but like rusty gunmetal, but maybe like above the grate, or maybe the grate itself. I can actually maybe the grate itself, making that will be, I guess also too, I need to just paint that like one area. For context, a lot of times what I'll do for like a tarnished metal is I'll paint it turquoise, and then I will use an oxide wash, and then I will dry brush some metal color over it. There we go. I could also do that on the staff as well. The tip is going to be, if I make all of this, tarnished, and then I go back. Definitely the pointy bit is 100% going to be like glowy warpstone bullshit. You got it in a Mordheim campaign. You gotta get some glowy warpstone bullshit at all times. I feel like a little bit of like yellow on there. Weird. I'm really liking how these turned out. Because like I said, I probably could have, like, my Mordheim warband is painted, and I could probably use it for like as long as I would have liked, but it didn't. I wanted something kind of more bespoke for it. There we go. Oh shit! So I did that there. I need to do that here. Oh hey, let's go. Oh, you've been going ham on the fucking knights. Hell yeah, let's go. I paint rat. Painting rat real. Yeah, I do think I want to go back to the rat and paint like the buboes and maybe the eyes like a layer of white, so I can kind of brighten that a bit. I also need to take a little bit, like, cause like there's like little yellow bits that I think I just need to hit. If I miss some of them, it's not like the end of the world if like a little bit of that shows, but I think the more of that I can hit, the better. I keep meaning to get back into watching anime. I have a couple, like, I need to sit down and watch, what was the one that I got ready to watch before the move and I just never got around to it just yet? I know I want to watch Den-O Coil, and I think it's Angelic Layer. I was in a Fang stream, and she recommended Angelic Layer, and it sounded really rad about like little mini fighting robots. As someone who was able to barely catch Metabots every now and then, I'm like, that does sound neat. Yeah, I've been, unfortunately, I would like to blame VTubing for me being like really out of sync with like modern anime stuff. Not really though. I'm gonna be real. A lot of it I was already starting to like not like I used to be a seasonal anime watcher, and then I stopped for reasons, and then I just never really got back into it. And then there's just like there's like a pile of shows. I think like the last seasonal show I tried to watch really in earnest was Bocchi, and I didn't finish Bocchi. I didn't finish Bocchi, and I need to finish Bocchi. Bocchi was actually legitimately like kind of fun. Is that a skull or is that what is that? Oh, that is a skull. Okay. For some reason, I kept always thinking that the skull was like a weird warpstone thing. I might still do that. I also might make his fucking dome. He's got this kind of cool evil rat. Like little. These are from they're called Rescale miniatures. They're like one of those like the really big miniature providers that you can find on My Mini Factory. Like I think technically they're as big, if not bigger, than Bestiarum. To be fair, every month they're like, here's a full ass army, also a big dragon. Fuck you. But like, fuck you in a nice way. Like it's kind of like really crazy how hard they go. Yeah, I mean that's true, but I've also still really enjoy like the fun, cheesy like 6 out of 10 anime. Like I still find that really fun. Fuck you. Have a nice day. They do some good shit. I've downloaded I got through like a lot of times they do a lot of like legally distinct Warhammer releases. So I have they have like a mix Scryer one, a just miscellaneous like Angry Rat one. Have you seen Frame Arms Girl? If you like slice of life, that one it's one of those slice of lives that's like borderline an advertisement. But it's like effectively about like Plomo and stuff. Oh hell yeah, let's go. For context, I printed out a couple of other rats. Like I got these. These are from One Page Rules the Monks, and then these are from more of that same set, the ones that like the Sorcerer's from. And I was originally gonna cut this guy's head off and put it on this body. But I think what I'm gonna do is actually I have some like jeweler chain. I think I'm gonna remove the weapon and like run the jeweler chain through the arm and just cut off the fucking like sensor bit. Oh yeah, let's go. I fell super behind on. I have the issue that like I'll read manga and then I will run out and then I just will never get back to it. Or it'll still be some and I'll still like it. I still need to go back. I need to get back into Baki again. It's just forever. I need to do Baki. I actually picked up some volumes of Destroy All Humans. They can't be Destroy All Humanity. They can't be regenerated. I forget if it's humans or humanity. And I really want to get around to that one because the idea is so neat of like a romance slice of life set in 90s Japan with Magic the Gathering as kind of like the connective tissue where they're playing like accurate decks. Like I think the main character is playing like a Suicide Black deck, which is like like now every Magic card will get you like 8 million cards and draw you infinite life and give you infinite tokens with kind of like no downside. But that was very much during that era. It's like, oh yeah, I play black because I want a creature. I want a creature with like 3 power and toughness for like 2 mana, but it kicks me directly square in the dick every upkeep. And that era doesn't really exist anymore. It's like sometimes it does, but they really make it that like the power has to be crazy huge. It's a Destroy All Humans, They Can't Be Regenerated. It doesn't have an anime adaptation, but it is got a manga that's being officially translated. You get really lucky and get it sealed too. They also have sometimes they come with promos. I think I got like a Voltaic Key promo in there. Yeah, it's weird. Like Life was always like the $80 like pinnacle of like extended or modern or whatever. Now it's like power creep is so hard that people don't run that shit at all. All right, the boy is locked the fuck in. definitely need to print another one. I need to get the printer back up and running. But yeah, so like I said, the super, so the what's it called? The, oh my god, my brain is shutting down. The super glue and the like the baking soda reacted, and now this is like locked on pretty heavy. I'm gonna be honest, I really fucking love romance manga, but I have not read a lot of manga recently. Oh, this is looking like really nice. Like it's like so like okay, so I was curious. I decided to do like a quick look at this, and like this looks like if you were to like this is like a manga. This is like a manga panel where it has like a lot of like white space, but like if you took this and you just like trimmed out all the white space and put this up in like a fancy cafe, like I don't think anyone would blink an eye. This is fucking gorgeous. That just looks good here. I'm gonna cover up rollerblade. It's like God. This is what I keep talking about. It's like I don't really like read manga as much as the last manga I read was Hitoner, which I do like. I do like Hitoner a lot. It's basically like Japanese dude lands on like furry planet, and they're like, what the fuck do? We have to kill him. And the cat lady who was sort of like managing his stuff and tracking it, like just kind of like investigating was like, no, he's like a real person with real feelings. And eventually like they're like, oh, he's learning like really, really fast, and oh no, he's eats all kinds of food and doesn't have to worry about a lot of stuff. And then like the main character's like, when I went into space, I thought I would just kind of die alone there. I'm really happy to see other people, and I'm forever in your care now. I don't know if I've heard about Centauri or not. Just covering the back with some dirt, just because like it leaves like a little bit of a like mound. So if I just always just kind of hit that up with some dirt colors. Oh god, I miss Right Stuff. I got fucking the Right Stuff sales were so fucking good. I got what's it called? I got all of Girls Last Tour on Blu-ray, the big special edition box for like $20 because of some of their sales. They were so fucking good. It was so fucking good. Unfortunately, I think after Right Stuff got put down, like I just don't think there's like an equivalent like good spot for that kind of thing anymore. There was one I did like fuck. I think doesn't Sentai Filmworks occasionally got some okay sales and stuff, and like I think there was another one that's doing Blu-ray. I remember a while ago. Wait a minute. I was like, oh yeah, no, I think I did this. There was I forgot who released it, but I remember buying Kaiba on Blu-ray because it was also they was getting like a really nice Blu-ray release. I have a decent amount of anime and Blu-ray. I just like having physical copies of things when I can, so. Oh yeah, there's like it was nice. If I remember to understand, Crunchyroll basically just like took it out behind the shed because they're a horrible company. That's really about it. Crunchyroll's a bad company and has been a bad company. Like, oh, I see how it is. Piracy group turns into like draconian overlords of just anime bullshit. It makes me real sad. Let's see. Also, so let's go back to these guys, and I want to add. Why did I put it in there? Got a little bit of white, but for some reason, instead of putting it on my wet palette, I decided to put it directly into my. So I got like one of basically mini painters. Speaking about mini tacks, the idea of taking a fidget popper and turning them into palettes has actually been really, really cool. But yeah, no, that was definitely. There are people in my local scene that just straight up use just like fidget poppers. They're usually the wells are a bit smaller. I like the fact that this one has a bigger well, but it's the same shit, really. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go like. I think buboes, eyes. Yeah, I think that's all I really need to do. And even then I probably don't need to get like every bubo. I think just like the ones that are like really big and showy. There we go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is I painted this. This is a yellow, and then I dry brushed it white, and then I used the Shamrock Green speed paint. I definitely need to go and like hit some little. So for context, I wanted these guys to be quick because these are rats that my guy can summon with a spell. So they're not like actual models in my warband. They're like effectively. I mean, they still act like models, but they're just more or less like weird phantom apparition rats that just can just like fuck some dudes up. Giant rats are surprisingly good in Mordheim. They're kind of crazy. They're kind of crazy. So it makes it makes cleanup super easy. It really does, especially because like for speed paint, I do think it's really good for speed paints because speed paints kind of dilute themselves if I put them on my wet palette. But that means when they're all dried up, I can just like legitimately just pop it and just take it out. And there's like it requires me to actively go to like my sink and do like a heavy scrub on my palette, like a lot less now because of that, which is good. I could also go directly into the mouth as well. That also might be the key, just to kind of get like a little bit up in there. And like I do got a yellow speed paint I could use. If I want, maybe on the buboes. I don't know yet. I'm basically playing these guys by ear. These were not the main things I wanted, but these are like I love painting and I will paint forever, but I do find like a certain just like inherent, just like really good chemical, like brain chemical reaction when I paint minis that I'm going to use for like a big event. Like I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing on Tuesday's mini paint, but I might be doing what's it called? I might be doing these like 40mm Contemptor dreads. Like I mean, I'm like a 15mm. I might be doing I have a bunch of 15mm lads I need to do because apparently there's a big event coming up and I want to make sure I have my guys ready to party. Shit, he just fell on my rat. Off to the side. Kind of sloppy inside the mouth because it's just all energy bullshit. There we go. Yeah, I don't know much about solo leveling. That's the only one that I hear that's like the kind of like archetypical hype moments in our manga. So I don't know if that's true or not, but like that's just kind of generally what I hear. I'm kind of all over the place in my manga reading habits. Like prior to that, I was reading. I will say, if you're looking for comedy, Nick and Lever is really fun. Nick and Lever is really fun. It's just like I think they're both Americans. They're just in Japan. They're drawn like hyper realistic white dude and black dude, but they operate entirely off of like Looney Tunes physics. It's kind of crazy. Like it's crazy because like the art is like phenomenal. I'll see if I can find like a panel of Nick and Lever in a sec, because the quality of like it's a short, like there's like maybe 1 or 2 pages per chapter because it's just like a quick gag and then it's over. But it's like whoever does that is like the skill is like genuinely like really crazy high. There we go. That's how you doing, Burrito? How you doing? Fuck trade. Also, thank you for the sub. Thank you. 10 fucking months. Let's go. Hell yeah. Let me see if I want to show you Nick and Lever. Like, here we go. This, okay. It's so good. Like, there's a lot of different, like I don't want to necessarily post like a full thing, but I just want to give you like a general idea of like what, like it's just fun. It's just pure saccharine joy. Like, look at this. Like, look how much whimsy. I don't think this is like showing off like how good the art quality is. Like, that's not a great example of that. But it's just genuinely really, really good. It's such a good manga. It's such a good manga. I forget where I was at when I was watching it. Oh yeah, I think this is yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's basically just two, like I said, I think they're both American. They're both morons. They're both morons. It's only 6:50, not 9:50. What? I'm using Eastern time though, the only time that matters. Yippee, let's go. Wrong, I'm sorry, that's how it be. So true, bestie. I'm sorry, I live here, so that makes it the best time. Well, if the West Coast was so good, it would have me, but it doesn't. Checkmate, atheists. Where's my copper? I need a really quick copper dry brush on this before I glue what's his tits on there. Yo, it's over here. I don't know. It sounds like coke to me. There we go. Down there, and then just get a little. Use this like really fucked up brush, because the nice thing about having a fucked up brush is the more fucked up a brush gets, the more versatile it becomes, which is like a weird fucking irony thing. There we go. It's like really, really, really lightly hitting it on some of the edges to kind of make it a bit tarnished. Oh yeah, I needed to dry brush the actual like dirt around it. I think I was starting to, and I had like, it was like an ad break, or I just had something else. I've never heard that, like, huh. Like, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to figure out where your friend would have gone from like East Coast to commies. Like, I don't know the logic chain, I guess. Sleep by Atomica. Oh god, yeah. I do like. I have been to Washington a couple of times, and it's not too bad. I have some extended family who lives there, so like, if I was going anywhere on the East Coast, it'd probably be there. I don't know if I could do California though. Not because I'm like, ugh, California. I'm gonna be honest. I'm like terrified of like fire. Like if I see an open flame, I'm like, whatever. I mean, like, I'm terrified of the idea that like my house could burn down through like a wildfire. If that makes any sense. I live my life like I said, I'm a guy who enjoys having like my things, because I got bad memory. Also, I sometimes like will physicalize the memories in terms of stuff. The idea, and this is like something I deal with even like right now, but like the idea that like, oh, teehee, a bunch of stuff burned down because California law, I would be devastated. I would be fucking wrecked. Oh, you live in good old Oregon? Good old Oregon? We're getting a little bit of dirt color on there. I might dry brush it a little brighter later, but at least right now this doesn't look too bad. I still don't know how I feel about this new base stuff, but like it's fine though. I think, you know, it's not the worst. It works for what I need to do. Message disappeared from my vision. Strange. Oregon's not a place where real people. I mean, I've lived in some like real flyover states before, so I can't really say shit about anything, to be fair. No, I think Oregon's probably fine. I think it's probably fine. Let's get you glued on there. Let's get bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I did used to live in like a real tornado alley sort of area. I forget what constitutes tornado alley, or if that's just like if there's multiple tornado alleys depending on the states. I was in a real bad tornado state though. It's a very sorry I've been ruined now that whenever I hear Ohio, I just think of the Crud Bump song Ohio Shape. It's a really good song, but it's like it's locked in my brain like a disease when I just think of Ohio in general. Yippee, let's go. It's moving during a climate change. That's ominous. Yep. Also, I think I'm gonna unfortunately his staff kind of bent in transit, and I've tried to like move it, and usually it does move. I probably should have tried to run it under some boiling water, but like that's fine. It's alas, it's too late. We're trying to get the glue in there so I can get the baking soda in there so his staff locks in pretty hard. His foot could maybe use like a little bit more. I can dirty that up a bit. So where's my fucking... I had like a Q-tip, not toothpick at one point. You got this though. This has got like a... This is like there's these like little disposable testers brushes you can get. And they're really, really nice. I'd recommend get like for like if you're doing like a little like texture paste and stuff. They're like, you know, you can get like a bunch for like $5, and they just kind of like explode because you're using it for things that make brushes explode. Oh God, I have driven through Gary, Indiana, and like a lot of places people like meme about where it's like, oh yeah, don't go to Detroit. Gary, Indiana carries like a passive, just like aura of sadness around it. Like it's really... Oh, Galahad, I would recommend for picking up brushes. There's a company called Rosemary and Company. They tend to do brushes that other people like repackage for their own stuff. You can get like some pretty decent... Unfortunately, if you're in the States, you can't get their Kolinsky brushes, but they have red sable brushes. They're like maybe like $4 per brush, and their quality is really solid for that price. They're basically the brush equivalent of it's like, oh, this came from the same factory. Yeah, that one. They're the equivalent of like, oh, this came from the same factory as like a fancier brand, but they're still just as good. I've a lot of my brushes are from them. From the plates to the Bible Belt. That's not terrifying. That's not terrifying. Oh yeah, no problem. See, this is what I'm talking about. Whenever someone new pops in, I wish to just like share my wisdom because it's one of my favorite parts of the hobby. That's something like I understand inherently that like some people need to do like miniature Patreons to like here are my tips and like stuff like that so that I can eat, and I get it. But I also do love a lot of times you could just be like you know, just like knowledge is uploaded to you as is the custom. I've been up in Columbus. God, I don't think I've ever I've driven through Ohio. I've driven through Indiana a couple times, around the Gary area, if you will. That's actually a little darker. Oh yeah, it's because of the. I think it will lighten out. I might need to do like a little dry brush on the dort at some point. Just kind of bring it back in line. That's fine though. Look at you, buddy. Look at you. He looks so good on that base. Holy shit, let's fucking go. Oh, look at these two beautiful lads. Look at these two beautiful fucking lads. I think the next step I need to get the base coating for their various skulls, and then I need to do the medals. I think the fact that they don't have medals on the couple spots is like a real shame. This will be nice. I can't wait to like roll up to the Mordheim group. Cause I got these two guys. Wait, why are you watching it at 120p? Wait, Nanda. I do think they got a good silhouette. I think it's just because the big bulbs also kind of like... the bulbs are kind of going a weird direction with this one. I don't know if the bulb placement was super great. I think on this guy, though, the bulb placement is just like, mwah, chef's kiss. He's a whole ass tree. Oh shit, I could actually, I could actually do that. Oh, just Wi-Fi bullshit. No, that's fair. That's fair. I could take those villagers. Oh yeah, actually, hold on. I think I have some. Yeah, for context, here's like like one of the guys from the set they came from, where it's like, oh yeah, this is like a guy with like a cane or whatever, and like I've clipped off the that. Legitimately, these are villagers as basing material. Like there's I didn't use these. These are just all tentacles. I didn't use that one. Is there another one that I still have that still has like the orb? No, I think the rest have been sufficiently plundered of orb. But yeah, like it would be fun. Maybe I could just print out like a big one, like full 3D printer size, and then just like cut off. Probably actually maybe even like wrap the dude in some sort of like layer paste or whatever, and then kind of like make it into like a pillar or something, or like do that and like try to build like a Mordheim style house around it. Just have like effectively like infested terrain. Oh, that'd be sick actually. I might have to do that. Sounds fucking rad. It's like watch it 1.5. Oh yeah, so I have to imagine that if you put me at that like speed, I probably like I'm already pretty high pitch as a dude. The idea of watching me at 1.5 speed, I must go like immediately like turbo chipmunk. It's funny because like every now and then I do have some like VTuber friends that are like sensitive about their voice because like there are some people that expect every VTuber to have like the like fucking like most like pip squeaky ooh anime girl voice, but meanwhile I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm already kind of like I'm already kind of higher pitch as a dude. Dude, no fear there. I don't know. I feel like if I wanted a deeper voice, I could work on maybe doing some like voice training stuff to kind of like make that a bit more happen. You can do a lot. You can do a lot of bullshit with voice training, honestly. Oh shit! Looks like we got ad break going on. I'm gonna kick that on and see you guys in 3 minutes. Whoa. All right, I'm back. Let's party. Wow. All right, one thing I'm going to try is I have a bright yellow speed paint that I'm going to shake the fuck out of. Like a little bullshit on there. There we go. I just want to see what this looks like if I hit like the little bubo thing with it. Like the ones I went over with the. Ooh, okay. Okay, that's kind of fun. Oh, let's fucking go. Okay, so yeah, oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. Oh, so like it's called Rosemary and Company. Kalinsky is a type of sable. Like it's basically, for context, Kalinsky sables are kind of like the really really high end brushes. They tend to be a bit more expensive, but they're pretty good. Like in general, their quality is like really really high. Rosemary and Company is a brand that sells a couple of different, like they do a couple of different types of brushes and stuff. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, okay. It's also nice because I can go back to the other areas and sick. Let's fucking go. Effort 0. Quality the most. Define close. Oh yeah, no. I think it's just because genuinely, like I'm not gonna act like I know really anything about dude's clothing. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's just. I mean, a lot of times I think it is just a lack of knowledge, really. Unless you're talking about specifically people who are doing like crazy, like high-end fashion stuff that is just fucking their shit up, which that's a whole other ballgame. How's he doing, anthropomorphic dog? How you doing? How you doing? What do you call a man with normally large boobs and absurd titty? Go to bed, Jay. No, have yourself a good night and take it easy. Have a good rest. Have a good rest. There we go. But yeah, I think I could. Let's see. I know what the company looks like. Give me a sec on these little boobos. I can probably find you a link. It'll help. There we go. A teacher in a year of May. So, oh, let's go. So it's like, I forget. Like around May is the kind of like everything wrapped up, or are you sort of in that like final stretch? I forget which. Also, I need to go back to a couple of these and also hit them up with a bit more of the yellow, but like not a bad idea though. Not a bad idea to do so. These are looking pretty legit. Nice to get a ooh, fuck yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. And meanwhile, I rat. Peter rat. So it's like so with these are like I said, these are summons. I have a couple of other miscellaneous guys in my war bands I gotta get, but like they're not super. Like I gotta get the plague monks, which I've been using actual G-Dubs plague monks, which are neat, but I feel like now they kind of feel weird. It's kind of weird to use them because I've been doing like such heavy kit bashing and theming and whatnot for all my other guys. Oh. I agree with what you're saying, but I just love that like the children are aware. They know, they hunger. Oh, that's valid. Yeah, I hope you have the best of luck through your hell season, and then ooh, because I know like there's like a couple of people I know who are teachers or teacher adjacent, and then like summer is just when they can kind of just big chill for a while. Is that sort of what you're expecting to do, or do you have like a different summer plan that involves like less big chill, I guess? Oh God. See, okay, so I'm confused about that because I was assuming that it was going to be that thing where it's like somebody just doesn't get clothes their size correctly and they just like look bad because the clothes don't fit right. The idea that they're wearing like incredibly like dick crushing clothes just for no reason is baffling. That seems like a strange move. Go go. Well, those are drying because I still need to work on some shit. Back to these guys. Actually, I do still got some of the white. I might as well use that before the white gets like super gummed up and useless. Oh, I'm just positive in my class lately. Yes. The fates have told me you will have a wonderful day. Yeah, just something like that. Just like something nice, but just tell him it in like the most terrifying way possible. Nothing can possibly go wrong. There we go. We got big. Also, I don't know what's up with this. This guy's got like itty bitty baby skulls. These skulls are way too small compared to like this guy who has like full size skulls. I don't get it. Oh, so, and this skull's even bigger. Okay, so I clearly, when whoever sculpted this just like did not give a shit about skull size. It's just like, do skulls look cool when you make them tiny? Yeah. Do skulls look cool when you make them large? Yeah. This one I could at least justify because I'm painting it up as like a glowy warpstone thing. Like he just has like a chunk of warpstone in the shape of a skull because fuck it, we ball. Oh, go ahead, let's think of the size. Ooh, oh god. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Maybe discover a skull and chainmail. Ooh, okay, let's go. Okay, so that guy got around then. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Good buddy. These are also dry enough that there's like a couple of like the miscellaneous ones I can still do a quick poke and get that before they fully dry. Where's my brushes? My brushes are losing their points. Oh, this is still good. This is still good. I think I can still get a couple more little one like right there. There we go. Oh, there we go. I think I was like way more generous about how much like I could get away with not using all the white. There we go. God, yeah, I will say though, fashion is like an area that I have like zero knowledge on those. Like I can't be too surprised in somebody's like not getting things that are sized right because I'd be like, I don't know if I know. I spec into pointless model bullshit, unfortunately. My skill set is very limited. I guess also too, I could because of the speed paint, I could just absolutely just paint somebody's entire clusters white. There's like a little cluster around here that I can just get white and just call it a day. Here as well. Oh, I missed a lot on this dude's eye too. Holy shit, okay. Luckily, I can always just go back in. Like, nice thing with these like speed paints is I can always go back in and sort of like refine the glow areas, and it won't be too bad. Yeah, Brandy and Cypress community event. Oh hell yeah, let's go. Nice. There's someone saying need leashes. No. These are free range rats. They go where they please. Listen. Skaven are horrible creatures, but they let their rats roam and frolic. Mostly so that they can charge and bite other people directly in the face. But you know, that's still a form of frolic. That's still good. I'm both spending more time and less time than I expected on these, which I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. Go on there. This little pile of bullshit. And I still need to go back with the green though. I hit some of those other things. Also, how you doing, Fancy Man? How you doing? I am. So these are some just like summonable energy rats, so I'm trying to go in and just add like a couple of very small little details to them to kind of like really make them stick out. And so far it's going pretty good. I also got my plague priest and then my sorcerer who are just off to the side right at this moment. These were meant to be. These are still a pretty quick job, but I definitely have been getting a little bit more lost in the sauce with them than I expected. Yeah, well, I'm okay with that. Alright, so I'm gonna let those dry before I touch them up again. And... oh yeah, I need metal on these guys. I have not put like any metal on them. This means, yeah, it's like, especially like kind of more, I don't know. I paint so much gross stuff that like, yeah, skin tones are in an area where I could definitely use some practice as well. I know I nearly slapped Corfeir on shit. I'm gonna move it slightly away. That's true. Yeah, at the end of the day too, like, you know, and yeah, any amount of improvement is always very, very nice. Was how do I paint rats? And today it's not a joke for reals. For reals, I'd be painting rats. We're getting so many fucking rats. Hell yeah. Alright, so let's go. I need to remember to go back later though. And this guy's got some like it's funny, this guy was actually, I'll say you didn't install that. Yeah, I'm finally doing it. Rats are real. This guy was initially more of like a clan scribe. Like he used to have a machine gun arm, but I ripped that off so that way I could make it like a weird gross tumor thing, which is pretty legit. I'm pretty happy with the results. I need to go back and actually metal up some shit, and then also go back in later and use some like texture bullshit too. That's fine. Let's just for Fabula. Hey, let's go. I still need to do some stuff. I picked up Fabio Ultima like maybe like right before my move. I was very like, I was weirdly optimistic that like, oh yes, in between my move, I'll have so much time to read and research and do a lot of prep things. And I was more like constantly moving and just like playing a little bit of Slay the Spire to calm down, like wind down effectively. Like purple gray. Oh yeah, I think I've seen some people do some like really good. I forget who. Maybe it was like a Cult of Paint that did like a Space Marine head where he used like gray as like purple as like the base skin shade. It looked really, really good in the end. Hell yeah. Like, okay, he's got like a little armband and then some actual like fabric on his shirt, which I'll have to go back and get later, but that's fun. There we go. Look, hey, let's go. I'm glad you guys are giving each other like boot shopping tips. Like, hell yeah, let's go. That's a bit of advice I would never have any ability to help with. So I'm glad that help can still come through. Hell yeah. The boy's looking good. Yeah, unfortunately, it's really tricky because, like, for games that aren't D&D 5th edition, I do think you have to kind of, like, pre-know a couple of people. Which is unfortunate. Oh, I think some of his flesh has, like, kind of melted over the shoulder. I need to probably add a little bit more flesh to that. Yeah, probably. Or, you know, no, I think this is fine. Like, I think normally he has, like, the robe that goes over. I'll have to figure that out. And, of course, I ripped off this arm for that. Let's see. Cigar heat. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. So, like, when you're saying you hope to paint it, is it, like, the mini hard to find, or are you just kind of, like, on your queue? Because it does seem like you got, like, a pretty stacked historical, like, list of models to hit up. So I'm curious if like the way you sort of pace your backlog, because it sounds like you're kind of doing more like you're getting like historical characters that you're jazzed about. Is it just a matter of like I got to work through my backlog, or just like are the models hard to get, or you just have to like look for someone who's like does like that perfect historical mini in a certain way? I will fully admit that like a lot of historical stuff is like my real historical knowledge starts and ends at Perry's do good stuff, and then Vivictus give you big bag. I did find out when I was looking through the White Dwarves that had like bits covering the Lord of the Rings games, I did see that like all the orcs and Uruk-hai were like sculpted by the Perrys. I'm like, yeah, no, that tracks. That absolutely fucking tracks with them. What the fuck do I do for your skin, buddy? He has such a little amount of skin on him. I think I still need to wait for everything to dry before I touch on that, but wild. Ah, okay, so you're just kind of just like checking out stuff, and if you find one, you're like, you, tonight. Oh god, yeah, like sometimes like shipping things is so fucking expensive these days. Holy shit. Like I know a couple of times I've helped some like overseas friends of mine. They're like, "Hal, I want to get this Kickstarter, but if I ship it to my home country, I'm going to explode." I was able to kind of help as like an intermediary because like Jesus Christ, some of these fees. Those and whatnots. I like if I go over the yellow a second time, it becomes like a weirder, like almost like an orangish yellow. Like a weird little side effect of how that works. I think I actually removed too much of the white. Yeah, I could always go back like for a third pass if I really need to. Not the end of the world. Especially because once again, these guys are just functionally tokens. It's my home country. Ah, that's probably tricky too. Yeah, I'm very lucky that like I'm pretty easy to please. If there's like a certain amount of like grotesqueness and just like, or just like if it matches an idea of a project I'm already working on, it's pretty easy for me just to go like, yeah, no, this is perfect. This guy's hot. No, I just don't think I got to him yet. Fuck. I'm getting greedy. I'm jumping ahead. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it's like, you know, if it's cheaper in any way, or if it's like at least more convenient, you might as well, yeah. Get you. What the fuck happened here? Why is this like a weird orange? Oh, weird. Okay, so that was like a weird streaky bit on there. Okay. There we go. We got that fixed. Yeah, there was like, I've never actually been to Canada. There was a very brief period where a friend of mine was like, "Oh yeah, I'm getting married in Canada, so all of you are going to need to get your like passport info stuff together." And I did actually go and get my passport stuff together. And then he's like, "Oh, JK, I'm actually just having like a private wedding ceremony." I was like, "Oh, okay." I think it'd be good to go once. I have not left the continental United States. I like many age 30 weirdo nerds. I do want to go to Japan one of these days, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how a lot of like people I know afford Japan trips. Like I know if you're kind of like smart, you can always sort of make plans a lot easier, but these are people that are like, I barely have money for food, and it still feels like once a year they go to Japan, and I don't. I guess it's dead. I also do understand that like a lot of people live like, you know, you just need like the same way that like a more normie person could probably just live off of like a Netflix subscription. I think a lot of like my dork friends could just like play emulated retro games and just spend no money and then just eventually have enough to do a Japan thing when the time is right. Okay, so you got like the full setup then. That makes sense. That makes sense. Get like a little bit. What was like a good color I wanted for the skin? Let's just do another griffin coat. There we go. Let's see. If you need to go to Japan and become a Hollistar. That's assuming, unfortunately. That's assuming the Hollistar is still kicking around after covers being covered. Ooh. Yeah, it's a lot of times like it's weird. I both like spend a lot of money on dumb shit and also not. So like on one hand, it'd be like, oh, how like I don't have a lot of money, but like the fact that like I don't go out to eat a huge amount means that, and like, you know, I'm not buying like a lot of other dumb shit. I'm not doing the thing a lot of people my age do where they just go to every brewery and like cafe in like the surrounding like 30-mile region, and like I don't need that. That probably means at the end of the day I'm probably spending less than they are. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, housing's always the big one. So yeah, like if someone can just like have you just chill over there, that's definitely real fucking nice. Some money, yeah, it's which should be delicious and perfect. I mean, I've mentioned before that I'm a weird case that like I enjoy food, but if they ever make like an actual like you can eat this pill and get like a balanced breakfast, lunch, dinner, and just the pill is like pretty cheap, I would just do that. I would legitimately just do that. A lot of my meals I make are for like just like sustenance anyway. I would do that shit in a heartbeat, but like unfortunately, like every thing that says it does that, it's like this is just weird soybean paste, and it's like, oh no, I'm good. I'm not one of those people that like, you can't, if you have any soybean, you'll turn gay and explode. Like, I'm not like that, but usually a lot of that stuff, it's more like we've sold you flavored sandpaper. Enjoy, you fuck. It's like, oh okay, I don't want flavored sandpaper. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. That sounds fucking. That sounds like a survival scenario. Like I don't mean like broke college student. I mean like you're in like a hurricane and you have no power for a month. I mean, if the jelly is pre-made for me and is actually legitimately like, I don't think the Snowpiercer like bug bars are a well-balanced breakfast. Oh god, yeah. Okay, the wedding makes sense. What? Because like, it's like one of those things that like I don't understand how people can afford weddings and or like babies. And I know a lot of it. Unfortunately, a lot of things just seems to go back to, oh yeah, the answer to how people can do that is just crippling debt. It does seem like crippling debt is indeed like the solution to doing a lot of those like big important like milestone things in life. But like, man, brutal. Get it? Hey, let's go. That's a nice thing to do. Hell yeah. Or your aunt was like, my nephew Solak got me a nice perfume. Also, I don't know why I sound like this. This is just a voice Hal does. you know the way your aunt sounds, exactly like that, including going, exactly perfectly. Oh yeah. There's that like Yeah, things get expensive when people find out you're having a wedding. If you say you're going to book like a family, maybe not family, like let's say you're doing like a small high school reunion, and then you show up with a wedding, you're saving money. And plus you got shit nowadays of like airlines of like will attach a cookie to your browser, and then if you like ever look up the word funeral, suddenly all the fucking like flights get more expensive. Yay, I love the dystopia we live in. Yippee, let's go. Love it. It's great. Multi-thousand, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm torn because there is like a part of like, as growing up in the era I did, there is that kind of like lingering like, it's your wedding. You want to get the full setup. You want the bride in the white dress going down the aisle and whatnot. And that's what you're supposed to do. And like, I've never been like big one to like, yeah, I got to do a thing because society tells me what to do. You know, I'm very outside society. Like in just terms of just being a weirdo, not that I'm like living like in a woods or anything. Well, it's like there's that implanted kind of feeling is still there a little bit. I can still kind of feel that a little bit. Shit, I never got your little baby skulls. Of course, that's like assuming that like I gotta get married first, and that's that's a whole other thing. It kind of does. I don't know. Like I know like a friend of mine was like, "Hal, you should go to Vexpo this year," and I was planning on it, but then things changed, so I don't know if that's still on the cards. I would like to though. I would like to do I want to do the Grand Vexpo 1-2 punch of go to Vexpo and then go to Warhammer World. I do think the closest thing to a con is a friend of mine's like Hal. So there's kind of like effectively like an Inc. 28 con event thing called Under the Dice Fest. A friend of mine is dragging me to that. I want to go. I definitely want to go, but I think that's going to be another one that's like, Hal will go to a convention when everybody around him creates the perfect scenario for him to go. That's the only reason I went to MagFest. Like straight up, like Hiyori was like, Hal, you're going to MagFest. I've gotten these details arranged for you. I'm like, okay. It worked. It was great, legitimately. End up drunk and stuff. I mean, I think that's what you kind of got to do for like a lot of stuff as well, especially if you're doing like a big event circuit thing. Yeah, I was not the best man, but we were kind of all I was in a wedding with like I forget exactly. It's the one that's like directly under best man, where it's like you're like really cool bro of the groom. Like me and my entire friend group were like that for one of our friends who got married. Yeah, I think I was just a generic groomsman. It was still pretty nice. It was also funny though because the friend of mine was like one of those what's it called? Like, you know how there's like certain like Christian subsets that are like there's people that like, you know, I think you're supposed to technically save it for marriage, but like some people are just kind of like, yeah, it's fine. I'll throw a quick I'm sorry at communion and like a confession and just go about my day. After the wedding, I remember me and the rest of the groomsmen were like, my friend is no. This is way more niche than Catholicism. We're like, where is he? This has been. Oh, I think we know what's going on. We're just like, God damn it. They finally got married. And they're like, at last the limiters are removed, and we're just like, oh fuck. We need you to get back so we can start eating, please. I would argue it was more like Protestantism plus. It was one of those like really, it was really awkward because I remember going to the wedding and like the priest was doing like a like we're here together in love and romance and we're like, oh, and then the fucking guy was immediately like the priest was like, and you know the wife will always be super duper subservient to the husband in all things, and then we're just kind of like, oh. Okay. that was certainly a thing. That was certainly a sermon. No, it wasn't Mormon. I don't know the exact denomination. It was not Mormon though. No. It was they were not big soaking it. I knew one Mormon guy growing up and he was like relatively normal, but yeah, I don't it definitely was not that. Also looks like the green speed paint also can like correct a couple of little areas too. Like a couple, yeah, there's like a couple little bits where it's like, you try to like see if I can get up in there. The wife was a treasure. 9 years flushed. Oh god. Let's go. Pull like that, Rex. Yeah, it's like weird because like I don't. Also, Crimson Alien, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Yeah, it's like, I don't, this wasn't quite at like the cult level, but it was like definitely like a very niche Christian denomination that was like very awkward to be in. We're just kind of, because like everybody else in there was like, yeah, as you know, as it goes, and we're just like, okay. When's the dinner? When's the dinner? You also need to do a very, very, very light green for that. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not like, oh, you know it's a real cult, all of Christianity. I'm not like that, but this was definitely like a, ooh, okay, this is weird. Yeah, I don't like I would tell you which one it was, but I just genuinely don't know. It was just like we were in like a very small rural town, like with like a very, very, very tiny population, stuff like that. It wasn't quite we're like I can't exaggerate, be like, yeah, it was like a real like hills have eyes sort of thing. No, it was just like middle of fucking nowhere kind of thing. It took a little bit of this and also like filtered it with a little bit of water, so that way if like the rocks are like slightly tinted. I think that's the pro strat. Also hit up some of the extra areas. These guys actually might be good to go. Once again, yeah, I guess also too they were not like super needing a lot of extra work, so hell yeah. Yep. How's how you doing, Bonnie? How you doing? I'm doing my energy rats, as one does. Wait, there's Calvinists still? Okay. I grew up in an area where there was like you would still find Quakers where I grew up in, but like that wasn't. I don't think finding Quakers is super crazy these days. They're very rare, but I don't think it's like oh shit, I found an uncontacted tribe level of crazy. Like they're just mostly just stay in like really, really small communities. Bits I need to get around there. Eat too much chicken. Hell yeah, let's go. I mean, it's like one of those things that, like, if you're in like legitimate gastronomical pain, that sucks. But like a lot of times, it's just like, hell yeah, big chicken. Looks like this guy's belly and stuff got done. Oh, there's like. and go back to the one where I'm like heavily watering it down. It's fire comedian setup. Ooh, Hawaiian bread and juice. That is a buck wild fucking comedian setup. Hell yeah, let's go. Like, here is the body of Christ. Here is the blood of Christ. Here is the artichoke dip of Christ. Amen. It's delicious. Yeah. I remember it was like a friend of mine grew up Quaker, and I think his mom was still kind of a Quaker. Though she was also, I think, a lesbian, so I don't know. I don't know enough about Quakers to know if that was like a deal breaker sort of thing in Quakerism or not. Yeah, it was, they do seem nice enough. Like, from what I was saying Quakers are like a pretty like solid denomination. Like, I don't think Quakers really have significant beef with anyone, and I don't think they're like being particularly crazy about things. They're just rare as shit. That glowy rock. I might have diluted this one too bad, but like worst case, I can always go back and just add. Also, just like, you know, I think even just like a little faint glow, just like, yeah, just like a little bit. I might go a little bit here. Crazy Haman powers. We're going full circle. I do like I know that I think the new Pope is, from what I understand, reasonably legit. I do find it funny whenever they show like a picture of him and he's just wearing just like fucking like Nikes under the robes. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. I don't know what part of my brain sees that image and just goes like, hell yeah. I don't know if that just makes him more relatable, because like, you know, I too wear shoes sometimes. But like, I don't know, it's just like a funny little quirk. A little chipped bit of that base, I think. There we go. There we go. Quaker breathing technique to stay. God damn it. Sonic the Hedgehog response is certainly a combination of words you put together. Last little bit. Yeah, because that's one of the things I was vaguely aware of, is that they were one of those kind of like really kind of like sort of like fairly progressive Christian sects. I do remember recently learning about, what was their name? It was like Universal Friend Unit, something like that. It was basically like somebody had like somebody's daughter got like crazy terribly sick in like the revolution times, and then when she woke up, they're like, oh, thank God you survived. And then the person was, yeah, public universal friend. And they were like, oh no, actually your daughter died. I am now an angelic spirit that inhabits her body. And it was like specifically like a weird genderless being. And from what I understand, like public universal friend was mostly like a pretty vanilla Quaker in all aspects. It was mostly just everything about being like, was effectively like a reincarnated spirit inhabiting a body. Still kind of fun though. Also, like the phrase public universal friend is like, it's funny because it's like it sounds very like modern. Like it sounds like a sci-fi term, but this is like fucking like revolutionary American times. So I summon my stand public universal friend. I could see that, yeah. But yeah, from what I understand, public universal friend just went around just doing like very typical Quaker preaching stuff, and then I think there's like a weird scandal at the end of their life, and I don't remember exactly what went down with that. Like I know some people accused them of like sleeping around or something like that. So you know, I don't know how much that's true or not, but like still a very neat story though. Oh, okay. So they're more of a convert religion. Okay, that makes sense. I guess it also can mean that like if you aren't like really like crazy proselytizing, I can see where it's like, oh yeah, maybe there's not that many Quakers, just because like, yeah, they're like, oh, come to us if you want to be a Quaker. If not, it's fine. Which, you know, cool thing to do, but I guess if you're looking for like big sustainable numbers, that's probably not like, it's probably not the most ideal way of keeping your sect around. Ah, fuck. Significant glow. Also, how you doing, Sans? Welcome, 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 and thank you for the donation. Thank you. How you doing? I'm currently working on some glowy energy rats, as one does. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's I think that idea is neat. Like I think that's like a nice earnest thing to do. Just like come to us if you're not feeling like satisfied with where you're at, and just like And it sounds like they're pretty reasonable. We're talking about so I'm painting a glowing energy rat, but we're also talking about like the what's it called, the public universal friend. As one does. I think I'd still need to touch up these buubos a little bit later, but I'm gonna do those now. I feel like I hit up a couple of those buubos and they just did not turn out. Like I think I just maybe I didn't wait for it to dry enough. I don't know. That one could use a little bit. That one could use a little bit. Those ones aren't too bad. Maybe like one there. Fuck. Let's see. I also feel like I should maybe make the teeth glow. Maybe not the side teeth, but yeah, I should probably make like the incisors. There we go. Incisors. There we go. I was like, for some reason I was like, I forget how to pronounce teeth name. I should probably make the incisors glow as well. I think that's pretty reasonable. Yeah. Okay. This one needs a little bit more love. Yeah. There we go. That's how you doing, Ram? How you doing? I'm working on my energy rat. 400 babies. Goddamn. I started thinking about Power Thirst is one of those things that like is like basically like it'll just activate in my brain whenever the correct combination of words is to like replicate any part of Power Thirst, it just goes like, oh yes, it's time. Like, I think still to this day, I can't hear the word Kenya without just like the rest of the Power Thirst thing just immediately autofilling in my brain. It's a disease that I do not wish to be cured from. Probably fine. This one could use a little maybe go. There we go. Kenya. Exactly. Okay, there we go. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm glad I'm not the only one hit with that same brain condition. That was like one of those videos that I watched like my first baby steps onto the internet, so it's always going to have a special place in my heart. I still think it holds up. Just pass your exams. Hey, let's go. Congratulations, Joe. Hell yeah, because yeah, tis be exam season for sure. I'm glad to hear your exams are doing good. Hell yeah, let's go. Nice. See, you're passing your exams on painting rats. It's a good day. It's a miraculous day. Good. You could use a little bit more. Use a little bit better touch up. But yeah, I'm working. Oh fuck, his eye could use a little bit more too. There. Oh fuck. No, that's fine. Oh no, it's way too runny. Like I don't want to get any more white paint out, so I'm just using what's on my wet palette. And sometimes that means it's like a little drippier than I would like. That's fine. There we go. Realize I graduated a year ago and felt old. Oh, that's fucking nothing. Wait till you've been graduated for multiple years and you're gonna be like, oh fuck. Unfortunately, I think all my whites just got too runny. Okay, I'm gonna let those dry. If not, maybe touch them up before I go. I don't know. What are some quick, easy things I can do to like really get this guy over the? Oh yeah, I could hit up the. Okay, it fixes Robo a little bit. Yeah, it's also kind of weird though because like I can't feel too old for graduation stuff because like I said I didn't finish college the first time, but I did early on. This is like another thing that like early on in VTubing, I was VTubing, working full time, and going back to school, which was you know what, I don't know if I would recommend that. it's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot to juggle. Which on one hand I think was good. You know, I was glad to do it, but also it's one of those things. Is like, it's also why maybe like some of the early VTubing stuff I was like couldn't really super take advantage of it because like, oh, I gotta do a lot of things. Once again, I kind of wish that like being a neat, like I couldn't be a neat during the time period where that was like a productive thing to do by being a VTuber. Oh, you doing? So like, yeah, no, I've painted several rats. Today, rats are being done. Rats are being painted. I got 5 rats. None of them are done. Like, no, not real. Okay, these are close. These are close, but I think I need to wait for them to dry quite a bit. How you doing, Brandon? I mean, if you want to put, if you can post into Discord, that would be the place to do it. A little, got like a little rope thing kicking around. You gotta capitalize all the rats, or else what the fuck? I could also go back and start highlighting this a little bit. There is a Discord. There is a Discord, indeed. It's where we watch really terrible movies on Mondays. Tomorrow we're going to be watching the movie Rollerblade. It is certainly a film. I will say Rollerblade will certainly be one of the most film-shaped objects you have seen in a while. From the man who brought you the Rollerblade 7 and the third Frogtown movie. you know, very, very powerful works of cinema. So, you know, he's got a pretty good track record. I'm going to use a little bit more of that plum, and I'm also going to mix one little dab of the dark ivory in there. So, this guy is he has a technique called Zen filmmaking, where he doesn't have a script and he just shows up and films bullshit, and then he makes a movie out of them. So yeah, that's expect that. Also, he really likes rollerblading and tits. Wait, oh, you're 2 up. Let's go. Yeah, because like I think weirdly enough, I also think like VTubing kind of like you know, it's not even VTubing necessarily. I do remember when like being a neat was like a kind of like a weird Japanese thing that people would see from the like the Western neats have been around forever. It's not like Japan invented the idea of being unemployed with no prospects, but like. I remember, because like for me it was never a neat. It was always hikikomori, like kind of like that, like during that like Welcome to the NHK era, where it was kind of like almost like a weird like, because it was like I think it still is kind of like a cultural problem that Japan might still be dealing with. I remember when it was like a lot more prevalent as kind of like an indicator that like Japan is like declining within their like culturally and stuff like that because of shit like that. There's 2 channels. There's a work in progress one and then a finished mini channel. Both of those are in the, I think like the Dork Corner. Sounds about right. But yeah, there's like, for me, I don't even think like, they're kind of, I see what you kind of mean by that. It's like, there's almost like a very weird feeling of like, not even, because like, it kind of touches a lot of cultural things that like I said, other countries have too. Like this is not like a super unique thing, but the idea that like society has failed you, and that like you might as well sort of like live and rot amongst like your kind of like obsession to like kind of like media and just like stuff like that. Like there is a kind of like poetic grittiness to it. I kind of almost in the same way when I talk about like people I know as being like very like specific perverts, where they have like a very specific niche fetish and they kind of put their whole ass into it. Oh, camera froze. I'm just up in the bad guys. Yeah, oh, it's that guy. That was the third Frogtown movie. Yeah, same dude. Same dude. I don't know if he stars in this one, but definitely same guy is going to be in this. Is the director of this one. So, you know, quality movie inbound. I guess I love isekai. I was always under the impression a lot of isekais were more like I am a a businessman with low prospects and I hate my job, and then oh I'm a cool anime fighting boy now. That could also be true. I don't really watch a lot of isekai stuff, so like my knowledge of the effect genre question mark is pretty lax, to be honest. I also got some of the body is built up. I love using just like a little chunk of aluminum foil to like bulk out some minis. It's really nice. To this day, I've not really properly learned green stuff sculpting because I keep using other weirder alternatives, which is usually just sprue goo and aluminum foil. I'm not doing, but also, to be fair, I'm not really like sculpting in the traditional sense. I'm mostly just like adding like weird textures and stuff like that. So I'll have to take a look at that later after stream. Yep. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Some warpstone swords. Oh, that'd be cool. That would be neat. I don't like it's weird. I don't know. I will say I don't know a huge amount about the old world, so I don't know how like strange that would be. I mean, just having like some like glowing magic sword sounds pretty legit. So hell yeah. At first blush, that seems neat. Take a look. Some of the bulb bits. I can use it to also kind of like smooth that out just a wee bit. Very much a need. Ah, okay. So I that name sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever actually like read into that one. So that could be very well it. But yeah, like it's weird because like when I think of more like a neat, yeah, like I said, when I think of like a neat and stuff, I do think of like the main character from like Welcome to the NHK, where it's like he's just kind of like a strange weirdo, kind of like lost into like his kind of own delusions and stuff, chilling in his own place. But yeah, I guess that does track. I guess that is like the basis of a lot of isekai stuff. So that'd be kind of. The idea that isekai kind of like got rid of almost like the weird counterculture nobility of being a fucking neat is it's not a thought I would have thought of before the stream, but I get it. It actually does kind of track. Yeah, I remember there's a friend of mine who like sat me down to watch some Re. I know ReZero gets apparently like pretty good. I remembered a couple of episodes I watched, like I was like you know when somebody's like watches you to watch something and they're like and I never quite got to the click moment. So the time I was like, this is certainly an anime. This is certainly an anime I'm watching, and I felt bad because I did genuinely want to see kind of like what the deal was, and I don't think I either didn't get far enough, or it might have just inherently been I need to watch it on my own and not have someone be like There we go. Shelf they have chapters. Oh no, that's real. I have so many fucking miniatures. I am working through my minis at a good pace. Like I actually don't think I ever really particularly feel bad about like how much of a like backlog I got going. It feels like I work through it at a pretty reasonable clip. Yeah, so I don't know. Fix them rather than a frame story. Yeah, unless you're doing, I don't think I ever finished it, but I remember like Those Who Hunt Elves, where it was just like a bunch of people got sent back in a fucking tank, which is such a neat idea. That's a neat premise. I know they hunt elves, and you think I'd be more opposed to that, but you know, I'll watch a cool anime with a premise that's like against elves, I guess, you know. Yeah, oh god. I fancy about speaking about that. So like I'm somebody who goes through a lot of rare earth magnets. And I've as of late been getting so many fucking messages where they're like, "Hey, listen, you have there's a very light recall message going on because of a choking." To be fair, they're not wrong. I will say swallowing rare earth magnets is a horrible way to go. It's bad enough, like, because unfortunately, like a lot of times that's like a child thing. Like there'll be like a rare earth magnet and a toy, and they swallow the toy. I'm not swallowing my minis anytime soon. But basically, if you have one, You better hope you don't go next to anything metal. If you spoil 2, ooh. Like, what they'll do sometimes, like, they'll, like, rare earth magnets are pretty strong. You know what's not strong? The layer between your large intestine when it wraps in on itself and it just goes like... And at that point, you're basically kind of in a one-way trip to, like, horrible septic shock and then death. So, like, I get it, but also, like, I'm someone who's just bulk buying magnets for minis projects. I'm not gonna eat them. Don't worry. I know VTubers eat weird things. I assure you, I'm not planning on eating my magnets anytime soon. I do not wish to do that. I think this highlight color is pretty legit. His flesh definitely looks a lot more like fucking gross. Hell yeah. I love how gross this looks. Like, I need to do some highlights on the cloak. I need to do some texturing on the face. I need to do some more stuff on the staff. I guess let's see. We got a little bit of time. I think there's enough time to just hit all these up with like one last little spritz of the yellow speed paint. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, resin minis, like, so resin's funny because like it is basically like super poison until it cures, and then you're fine. Like once the mini becomes a mini and it's in your hands, a lot of the dangers of resin is just gone. But yeah, no, I go through a lot of gloves and a lot of what's it called? A lot of gloves, a lot of I use a respirator mask for everything I do for like 3D printing stuff, because you gotta or else poison. There we go. Oh yeah, I got one of those little washing stations. I understand some people have like little DIY washing stations and some people just say like fuck it. I got my first 3D printer with a washing station as part of like a combo deal, and I don't think I could ever go to a non-washing station setup. They're so nice. They're just legitimately so nice. I'll be thinking, hey, let's go. Honestly, today I spent most of the time at the shop just hanging while watching some friends of mine play Mordheim. I did play a game of Mordheim and everything, but like a lot of it was just big chill and hobby hanging, which was nice. I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, you do have to watch out because like if they do it poorly, like if they hollow it but they don't put in any holes, you do get a resin grenade. A lot of times, if you're buying resin minis, like ones that other people like, if you're getting like G-Dub's resin, that's like a different type of resin. But if you're worried about like resin, like 3D prints from like Etsy, you know, definitely just research the guy. And if you feel like it's bad, just like also to send him a message and stuff. Oh yeah, how you doing, Burley Gaming? Oh, these are for Warhammer. These are specifically some rats from Mordheim. These are my giant rats. Specifically, I'm making these guys green because these are going to be the ones that are summonable. Like, I got these 3 guys, which are basically done. I need to, like, clean up their bases and maybe, like, do some other little bullshit. Then I have I'm doing Pestilence Skaven, so I got my Sorcerer. And then he's pretty far along, but definitely not done yet. And then I also got my Pestilence Plague Priest. So I'm pretty happy with both so far. Once again, neither of them are done, but they're getting there. Shows lads over to the sun. Let me see if I can do like a quick little... I'm going to have to wrap up soon, but I'm going to try to get like a little bit of like oxide, Nihilok oxide little bits on there before I go. Yeah, you could leave it. You could leave it outside too to fully cure if you're particularly worried. It's not a bad impulse too. Like that's like one of those things. Like, yeah, like is that paranoia? Yeah, but like, yeah, better safe than sorry. There's no downside to doing that. There's a little bit of oxide on his fucking staff thingy. Also got that little bit on his head. And this guy, you got a couple little bit in your fence, which I think I accidentally painted over, but I think they'll be fine. It's a nice. I'm actually like really happy with the amount of progress I made today. Like these guys they're not done, but they're like really far along. I'm kind of surprised how far along they are. I might just continue on Tuesday painting these because I do need to get my warband painted. I want to, you know, I like playing war games with a fully painted army. Oh shit! Okay, one of them. Oh, it's about wrap up time, unfortunately. So let's pause the music and let's go to the chatting screen. Da-da-da-da. Oh, that and there we go. All right. Thank you for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Good to have a good Sunday paint at like a regular schedule paint. Schedule wise, this week is very similar to next week, except on we're gonna be watching Rollerblade in the Discord. What's it called? Tomorrow it's going to be certainly a thing. Hold on, totally flubbed that. Tomorrow on Tuesday I'm gonna be painting some minis. Thursday Half-Life. I will not be streaming on Sunday though. I'm gonna be doing a little IRL visit with some friends, and after that we should go back to more regular scheduled Hal for a bit. So yeah. And with that, I'm gonna cut the YouTube people loose. So bye YouTube people. Bye bye. And who is live?